we'll start the 1 p.m. docket when we're finished with those administrative items. And don't follow my lead. Make sure to turn your microphone on when you speak so that the recording, both sets of recordings can hear what you're saying. Because we're recording this for Charm TV as well as our court reporter here. So, all right, so thank you, Martin. Going through the extension requests, the first one, BMZ 2017-238. This is a 5th extension request seeking another 12 months. And this is just taken from the request itself that the onset of the pandemic caused the cancellation of their construction loan. They've continued to pursue the redevelopment despite being plagued with health issues and the closure of a business. They're seeking new financing opportunities and intend to begin construction by the spring of 2023. So that would require another 12-month extension. So this, like I said, is the 5th request.
Becky, have each of the four prior requests been for a year?
I believe so, yeah, because it's a 2017 case.
At this point, if they have to start over, well,
If they have
I
to
mean, they're at the
submit,
beginning, it seems. Reason for extension onset of COVID.
They can submit a new application, right?
sure, yes, they can submit a new application. And then they would, it'd be several months before they would have a hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, make sure to turn your microphones on when you speak.
Mine's on permanently. The concern is that they're still currently seeking new financing opportunities, and you know how long that can take. It could take forever. So I'm inclined to deny it, given the length of time that it's been outstanding, and obviously they have an opportunity to initiate a new application.
I agree.
Agree.
Great.
Okay, so that's 4 to deny. They can certainly reapply. Okay, the next one is a first extension request. They're seeking 6 months. And the reason for the extension is that they went through some process where some subcontractor did not secure permits for some work, so they had to go back and get permits for the work after it was done. But they say they should be complete and ready to open within 6 months of today's date. So they're asking for a 6-month extension. This is their first request.
What was the project? I don't recall.
You know, I could pull it up, I think. It was from last year. Let's see. Oh, it's to use the premises for body art establishment, so personal services. So I think it's a tattoo parlor, and 3 dwelling units is the project.
I'm all right for 6 months. First request. For the 6-month request, I'm fine.
I agree.
Agree.
Okay, unanimous 6 months extension. And then the next 3 are technically 3 separate cases that I assume were heard together because it's kind of for the same project, but they're on 3 separate parcels. So the extension request was submitted for all 3. And this is, let's see, construction permitting was delayed due to issues with the pandemic, which included complications in relocating existing tenants so that the interior work could begin. Let's see. The building permits for the interior renovation have not yet been obtained. So they want an additional 12-month well, not an additional, the first 12-month extension for this project. And I could look up what that project is too. I don't have it right in front of me.
So it looks like they've commenced work, and hopefully they can continue, or they can proceed while they're awaiting getting these interior renovation permits. I'm inclined to grant it.
Agreed.
Okay, great. So that is a unanimous grant of that extension request. For the reconsideration request, Councilwoman Ramos actually withdrew that request this morning. So we are going to skip that because she has asked that we not hear it, so she's withdrawn it. We're also going to skip the alley and footway appeals matter. So that will come back, I think, on October 11th. And just move right to resolutions for approval. So there were 2 sets of resolutions that I sent ahead of time. The July 2nd contested cases and the July 26th contested cases and the August 2nd contested cases. I also have a set from August 16th that is before you. So, and Frank might not know this, but our new process is that we go back and look through the resolutions and approve them before the board does, before they're issued, especially, I mean, mainly for the contested cases, not so much for the consent.
Becky, I should probably recuse myself because I wasn't here for the hearings.
Right. That's something that I guess I just realized today is that since Frank wasn't here, he can't really evaluate the resolutions. Otis is no longer technically a board member.
Has his resignation been accepted?
Well, I forwarded it to to Chris Shorter in the mayor's office.
I'm not recalling his letter. Did it say effective upon
It did.
acceptance by the city or
Well,
the mayor, or
I think he
effective the
said-
date he wrote it?
I think he said effective as of a certain date when he started his new job, which was yesterday.
Of course it was. Of course it was.
So, I mean, a quorum is 4. Ideally, we wouldn't wait another 2 weeks till the 11th for Sabrina to be here. I believe I can double check who was there on those days to see, you know, who. I don't know. It's a little bit complicated with Otis not being here. So I don't know what you think, James, about what we should do about those.
Well, I suppose we can't do anything with them
Okay.
if we don't have the quorum.
Hey, Bill, can you turn your microphone on, please? Thanks.
I don't know if it's on or off.
It's, okay, now it's on. There you go. You can just leave it on.
Do we need to approve the resolutions in a general meeting?
We don't have anything in our rules about approving the resolutions because this is a recent thing that we've started doing. But the board generally can't do anything unless it has a quorum at a meeting, unless I can find some kind of exception where you can do things in writing, but I don't think that is the case.
Becky,
So
is the quorum defined as 4, or is it a simple
Yeah, it's
majority?
4.
It's 4.
Yeah.
yeah.
We acted differently previously.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe we can't do it today, it seems like, so we will figure out how to do it as quickly as we can. It may need to wait until October 11th. And if so, then that's just, I guess, the way it goes. Okay, we will move on then. No decision made on that. And that's it for the general meeting. Anything else we need to discuss during general meeting, or can we move along to the
The docket.
1 p.m. docket? Okay. So we're just going to close the general meeting and begin the 1 p.m. docket. All right, ooh, we got a full house today. Good afternoon, and welcome to the September 27th, 2022 1 p.m. docket for the BMCA. My name is Becky Witt, and I'm the Assistant Counsel to the BMCA, as well as currently the Acting Executive Director. We have Leland Shelton, Frank Bonaventure, James Fields, who's the Chair, and Bill Cunningham today as board members. If you haven't already, please silence your cell phones if you can. If you need to have a private conversation with someone, please do so out that way so that our microphones don't pick up on your what you're saying. If you haven't already signed in on the sign-in sheet, please do so. Everyone who wants to speak or to get notice of what happens with the appeal should sign in. So the board's oral vote today on your case does not make the decision final. We have to issue our decision in writing in a document called the resolution, which is a process that takes, at best case, several weeks. It needs to be drafted and then reviewed and approved by the board. So we try to get them out as quickly as we can, but if you haven't heard from us after 30 days, you can reach out and try to get a sense of when you might hear back. If you're unhappy about the outcome of your case, you have the right to request reconsideration of the board's decision within 10 days of the issuance of the resolution. So you have to get the resolution first, and then you can ask for reconsideration within 10 days. You also have the right to appeal the board's decision to the circuit court within 30 days of the issuance of the resolution. And one thing we didn't do during the general meeting that I guess we can do now is go through the docket and go through which cases are on consent and which are on contested.
One question,
Yeah.
The docket as of last night, this morning, do you know, have any changes been made with regard to the status of the cases either on consent or on regular docket?
There have been a few changes.
Okay. Go through.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll just go through them in order. 2021-325 is on consent. 2022-163 is on consent. 2022-242 is on consent. 2022-259 is on consent. 2022-262 is on the regular docket. 2022-262 is on consent.
I'm sorry,
Which one
say
was
that
on the
again.
regular?
2022-262 is on regular.
Okay.
And then all the other ones on the first page are on consent.
I can't hear what you're saying.
All the other ones on the first page besides that one are on consent.
Okay.
Okay, 264 is consent then, right?
Yes. 2022-272 is on the regular docket. 2022-281 is on the regular docket. 2022-289 is on consent. 2022-290 is on consent. I could save some time and go from 290 down to 312. Those are all on consent. Does that work for everybody?
309 is now on consent then?
Yes.
Okay.
Through 312, you said?
Through 312. 2022-313 is postponed. 2022-315 is on regular docket. 2022-316 is on the regular docket. 2022-317 is on consent. 2022-318 is on regular docket. 2022-323 is on consent. 2022-325 is on the regular docket. 2022-326 is on consent. And then the last two are on the regular docket, 327 and 328. So we have a lot of cases today. That's what happens when you have to postpone a set of cases. So we have a busy docket today. All right, so I will pass it over to James, I think.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We'll try to move this along as efficiently as we can. Thank you all for being here. For those matters, I'll just jump to it. For those contested matters, I don't know how much opposition we might have To the extent there are multiple parties who wish to be heard, I would urge you and caution you to listen to the folks who speak before you, and take into account that we only need to hear a basis for opposition once. For example, if there's a concern about traffic, we don't need every person to get up and speak about traffic. We just like to, again, keep moving it along. We're well able to, again, hear and assess what those critical issues are that might be common to many. So we will endeavor to deliberate and rule on your matter. Again, this is regard to the contested matters at the end of the docket. That's the methodology we're utilizing now. Doesn't always move as smoothly as we'd like it to, unless we determine that there may be additional information that we'd like to receive. There may be things that we've asked you to provide, and we'll give you that opportunity to come back and present that. So we'll just have to sort of play it by ear depending on what what unfolds at your hearing. With regard to the consent matters, those matters are cases for which we believe we have sufficient information to grant the appeal. So the process will be, you'll come up to the podium, we'll call the case, we'll hear reports from the staff and from Planning Department, Mr. French. I'll ask you if you have anything else you'd like to add for the benefit of the record, and then we'll dispose of your case, which effectively is an approval, oral approval, but as Ms. Witt said, you'll have to wait for the written document to make it official. And so with that, we'll begin, and I'll call the consent cases in order, and if you could line up at the podium in the order in which your case is called, that'll make the flow a little more efficient. So first case on the consent docket, case 2021-325, 1701 North Elamont Street, Sandy's Learning Center is the appellant. Next consent case, 2022-163, the north side of Frederick Avenue, northeast, let's see. Athol Avenue, Colbert, Mats, Rosenfeld, the appellant. Case number 2022-242, 5111 Plainfield Avenue, Latia Wells, the appellant. 2022-259, 2127 East Pratt Street, Lou Catelli is the appellant. Case number 2022-264, 912 Newington Avenue, Quincy Allen II, the appellant. Case number 2022-289, 4633 Furley Avenue, MK Consulting is the appellant. Case number 2022-290, 2035 West North Avenue, White Car Development Group is the appellant. 2022-291, 601 Richwood Avenue, AB Associates is the appellant there. 2022-292, 3523 Buena Vista Avenue, Submersive Productions is the appellant. 2022-302, 101 West Cross Street, Justin Williams, Esquire is the appellant there. 2022-308, 604 North Utah Street, Adam Carvalho, the appellant. 2022-309, 12-16 West 20th Street, Sobin Kang is the appellant. 2022-312, 920 North Arlington, Patrick Lundberg is the appellant. Case number 2022-317, 524 Harwood Avenue, Ernie Braveboy is the appellant. 2022-323, 1302 William Street, Scott Hewitt, Red Sketch Landscape Architecture is the appellant. And the final case on the consent docket, 2022-326, 923 North Eaton, Saad M. Al-Kitabi is the appellant. For all those whose cases have been called, we're going to swear you all in at one time. I know there are some folks that are beyond this room, but we're going to swear you all so that we don't have to do that each time you come up. With that said,
I guess I'll head over here.
where you need to be.
If I get everyone to raise their right hand, anybody who's going to testify, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're going to give, the statements made in response to the statement will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Thank you so much. All right. Calling case number 2021-325, 1701 North Elamont Street, Sandy's Learning Center. You're here, Mr. Berry, for Sandy's Learning. Thank you. We'll hear reports from staff and planning in either order.
Okay, so the project is to use the property as an adult daycare center. This is a conditional use in this district. As if the board remembers, this is a redo of a hearing that we held a few months ago. Mr. Berry was not involved at that point. And the board was a little confused by the presentation and thought it sounded maybe more like a community center than an adult daycare. And they wanted to know more about parking, pickup, drop-off, etc. So that is, it was postponed at that time. And since then, we've received more information about the parking and the pickup and drop-off and the way it's been used. So that's all been included in the file. So from Mr. Berry, he said, that there are up to 16 employees on peak shift, which means that 4 spaces are required in the parking lot. The existing parking lot has been repaved and has room for 6 parking spaces, so there's no parking variance required. It's just the conditional use for the adult daycare.
Thank you.
Planning Department reviewed this application. Did hear some comments from the community concerning sanitation and parking, and we're glad to know those are being resolved. The department recommends approval of the application, subject to the conditions that the applicant provide safe and adequate drop-off and pickup areas for adults, provide off-street parking meeting the zoning code requirements, which you've heard will be done, and provide safe and sanitary storage and removal of garbage and trash from the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Mr. Berry, is there anything else you'd like to add to your application at this time, sir?
No, thank you for rescheduling this. This was a previous board approval in 2015. Previous daycare operator went out of business. This is a new operator who's going to be busing people. All the people coming will be coming by vans.
Great.
So there's no real pickup or drop-off other than within their own facility.
Very well. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Case number 2022-163, north side of Frederick Avenue. Actually, you can tell me exactly where this is. But Colbert Matz Rosenfeld is the appellant, and you, sir, are?
Yes, Colin Wojciechowski, COLLINWOJCIECHOWSKI. I'm counsel for Colbert Matz Rosenfeld.
Very well. Thank you so much. Reports from staff and planning?
Sure, so this is another do-over. This is to construct a 4-story age-restricted multifamily dwelling consisting of 59 dwelling units. There are 4 variances being requested: minimum lot area, maximum height, off-street parking, and long-term bicycle parking. If you recall before when this was heard, there was a slightly different bicycle parking variance. It was basically the full variance that they were requesting. They've agreed since then to provide more bicycle parking, so the variance is smaller. They also have letters of support now in the file from the Community Association, Irvington Community Association, from State Senator Sidnor, Delegate Prettyman, and City Council Member Burnett. That's it for me.
All right, Mr. French, before you start, this is for the folks outside the room.
Guys, can you keep it down?
Thank you. That's really what I wanted to say, because clearly the mic is picking all that up.
Yeah.
I don't think you want all your conversations heard.
Okay. Planning Department has had this application under consideration for quite a while. This is a subdivision. The property, for the record, is to be known eventually as 150 South Woodington Road, rather than the description you have in front of you now. The development would be known as Irvington Muse II, or Irvington Muse II. It received Site Plan Review Committee approval on March 22nd of 2022, and the subdivision plan and development plan are to be completed according to Planning Commission conditions. The department therefore recommends approval of the application, subject to the condition that the proposed multifamily dwelling structure and related landscaping are completed or installed in accordance with the subdivision plan and development plan approved by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Okay, sir, to you now. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the application at this time?
No, we appreciate the board's consideration.
Very well. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
very much. Have a great
Have
day.
a great day. Thanks. Case number 2022-242, 5111 Plainfield Avenue. It's the TOLs. Welcome. This is a request to use the premises as a community center. Is that correct? All right. We'll hear from planning and staff.
Okay, so this is a conditional use as a community center. This is one of those cases where the off-street parking calculation is based on the fire-rated capacity of the building, which we do not know and we cannot know until the appellant gets a little bit further in the process. She may need to return to the board after she knows this number because there, I believe, is no off-street parking at this location, and the code requires one space per 10 persons of fire-rated capacity. But, so the application before you right now is just for the conditional use for a community center.
Very well.
Planning Department wishes to note that this property is part of the Bliss Meadows Urban Agriculture project, and the community center would function as part of the Bliss Meadows Agricultural Center, according to a master plan approved for that property and related properties. The department is recommending approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Ms. Wells, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
Yes, I wanted to mention the parking spaces. We do have in our construction plan, we are going to build a parking lot, but we will need to get approval for that as well.
Great, very well. Look forward to seeing you again. With that said, the board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck
Have a
to you.
great one.
Okay, 2022-259, 2127 East Pratt Street. Mr. Lucatelli, welcome.
Good to see you again.
All right. This is a request to use the premises as a restaurant, neighborhood commercial establishment with outdoor table service, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. All right. Here from planning?
So there's
Staff.
two conditional uses being requested here. First is the neighborhood commercial use as a restaurant, and the second is for accessory outdoor dining. Related to the neighborhood commercial request, there's a long history of commercial use at this location, and the former use, or I guess the current use, is as a tavern. They had to change to a restaurant, though, in order to get the outdoor dining, which is not allowed in this district for a tavern.
Planning Department has reviewed this application and recommends approval with these conditions. A minimum of 6 feet of sidewalk along Collington Avenue must remain clear and unobstructed for pedestrian access or use. The capacity of the outdoor dining area will be not more than 5 tables and 20 patrons. The tables will be limited to those that can accommodate 4 patrons and are to be kept against the wall of the building. There will be no outdoor bar, no outdoor music, jukebox, or other form of entertainment, and all patrons must be seated for dining and served by wait staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Mr. Catelli, are those conditions planning acceptable to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to add to your application this time?
No, thank you, but thank you for your time.
All righty. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you very much.
Good
See you
luck.
soon. Good luck today. Thank you.
Case number 2022-264, 912 Newington Avenue, Quincy Allen II. You,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Allen?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, sir. This is a request to use the premises as a multifamily dwelling consisting of 3 dwelling units, correct?
That's correct.
And variance required for off-street parking. Okay, I'll hear from staff and planning.
Sure, so there's actually 2 variances being requested. One is the minimum lot area variance, and the other is off-street parking. So the existing use of the property is as a multifamily dwelling with 2 units. This application would add a third. So the minimum lot area, 1,875 square feet is required, 1,680 square feet exists, so it'd be 195 square foot variance, and it'd be 1 space off-street parking variance as well. And it's gone through the research of the property. It's gone through kind of a bunch of different numbers of dwelling units. It was 3 in 1959, reduced to 1 in 1984, then increased to 2 in 1989. And that's it for me.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, recommends that the board's approval be subject to the condition that the property complies with the terms and conditions of the Baltimore City Code, Article 23, which is the sanitation code. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, sir? Oh, sorry, we didn't, these are the cases that we did not think we had opposition for, but there is opposition for this case?
Not only did I email in opposition, I stood here and wrote in my name.
Okay.
And selected opposition.
Okay, so it seems like we'll have to move that to the contested docket then.
This is 9/12, Newington, correct?
That's correct.
Yes,
Okay, we're on the same page.
All right.
are we?
Wrong one.
Oh. Okay, we'll recall the case later then.
Okay. We'll see that one again when we call that case. Moving on to case number 2022-289, 4633 Furley Avenue, MK Consulting is the appellant. This matter involves variance required to bulk regulations to construct school and recreation center. Variance required for parking and bike parking. And you're here for MK, ma'am?
Yes,
And your name?
my name is Susan Williams, and I'm with MK Consulting.
Very well. We'll hear from staff and planning.
Okay, so there's two variances being requested, one for off-street parking and one for long-term bicycle parking. For off-street parking, there's 99 spaces required, 71 are proposed here, so it'd be a 28-space variance. And for long-term bicycle parking, 39 spaces required, 18 are proposed, so it'd be a 21-space variance requested.
Okay. Planning Department has reviewed this application. It was reviewed by the Site Plan Review Committee on March 30th of 2022. The department remains concerned about the issue of the bicycle parking, given that this is a combination of a school and a recreation center. However, the department has no objection to the application if the applicant provides information showing why the minimum amount of bicycle parking specified in the zoning code could not be provided in the context of designing a new structure and related exterior improvements to this site, and would recommend approval of the application if it would be amended to remove the variance for bicycle parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Ms. Williams, are you able to speak to the
Yes,
concern raised by planning?
we've been working with the Baltimore City Department of Education on replacing the Furley Elementary School and Recreation Center. And when we provided our layout, given playground area, et cetera, and then the need really in the front where the school buses unload, we preferred to give more, we looked at it from a balance perspective. We added bike racks per the code where there were not bike racks previously, none at the school, and we felt we balanced laying out that area to provide both ample space for the children to enter and exit the school when numerous buses are there, and to provide bike racks.
Okay. Mr. French, what is the, from planning's perspective, what is the minimum number of bike?
That
Parking
was
spaces.
provided in my,
It's 39, isn't it?
from summary. Yes, 39 long-term spaces are required, and 18 are being provided. And again, those are the sheltered bike racks.
Okay. All right. Is that information helpful with planning, Mr. French?
Yes, we had seen that plan.
Okay.
And the issue was, why couldn't the additional bicycle parking, or some portion of it at least, be provided? And you've heard her testimony.
All right.
And we also worked with the Department of Education on their experience for that individual school,
Okay.
and what trying to balance out the needs.
Very well. Well, again, with that said, the board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Case number 2022-290, 2035 West North Avenue, White Car Development Group. Are you here representing the entity, sir?
Yes, sir.
And your name?
Lamont White,
Okay.
Can you spell that for me?
Lamon, last name White, like the color.
Sir, this is a request to use the ground floor as a Wi-Fi cafe, coffee shop, and community space. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll hear from staff and planning.
So I think the applicant and I had an email back and forth about figuring out how this project fits within the conditional uses that are allowed in the code. I think we landed on restaurant, and that is what planning also had in their memo. Under this zoning district, you can only have one use, so you actually can't have both restaurant and retail sales. But because it's a coffee shop, I think we went with restaurant being the conditional use here. So that is the end of my report.
Okay.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted the same issue that your staff has noted, and that is how to classify the request. The request did say Wi-Fi cafe and coffee shop, and therefore the department determined that the nearest thing to that would be a restaurant as a category of use, which is permitted by the overlay district in this situation. The community space presumably is included within that larger area of the coffee shop. Therefore, the department is recommending approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Mr. White, is there anything else you'd like to add to your application at this time?
No, sir.
All right. Board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And good luck to you. Case number 2022-291, 601 Richwood Avenue. AB Associates is the appellant. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And for the record, just state your name.
Michael Castagnola. Castagnola.
And Mr. Castagnola, could you confirm that this is a request to use the premises as 4 dwelling units, providing 4 parking spaces?
True.
All right. We'll hear from staff and planning.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there's nobody here in opposition for this case, because I thought I heard that there might be, but I don't think, okay, I'm seeing none. Okay, so variances, there's one variance being requested, minimum lot area. For this number of units, 5,250 square feet is required, 4,000 square feet exists, so it's a 1,250 square foot variance. There was a question in the staff memo about whether this is requesting a residential conversion. I just want to check one thing with Mr. Castagnola, because, okay, does this property currently have any dwelling units, or is it only commercial?
It's currently listed as vacant, and it had a first floor commercial, and then with either 2 or 3 dwelling units was a prior use, is our understanding.
Okay.
But I think that then there was like failed construction before my clients were purchasing
Okay.
the establishment.
So in that case, because in the city's records, the only use at this property is commercial for the convenience store. And it seems clear in the past that it had some residential, at least one residential unit or something. I'm just trying to figure out if this is actually a residential conversion, basically. I think, so here's what I'll say to the board. We go based on what the last legal use of the building is. The last legal use is commercial. There's no use and occupancy for a dwelling unit at this establishment, or in this property. So it's not considered to be a single family dwelling because there is no residential dwelling unit legally at this property. So to allow it to be 4 dwelling units as a multifamily would not necessarily be a conversion because they're going from commercial to residential
units.
with 4 units, which is, and multifamily is a permitted use in this district. So it's a little bit of a quirky one, but I just wanted to try to clarify that.
Thank you.
All right.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, concluded that the property was commercially used and is being converted to 4 dwelling units, which is a permitted use, multifamily dwelling. The department recommends that approval of this application be subject to the condition that the use of the property complies with the terms and conditions of Baltimore City Code Article 23, which is the sanitation code. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Castagnola, do you have any problem with agreeing to the sanitation code condition?
Not at all.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your application today, sir?
No, thank you. Appreciate you taking this case. The councilman of the district had asked that we reach out to community members about it, and everybody was looking forward to the vacant blighted building no longer being vacant and blighted. So appreciate you all.
All right. Thank you. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thanks. Okay. Case number 2022-292, 3523 Buena Vista Avenue. Submersive Productions is the appellant, represented by Mr. Williams. Good to see you, sir. This is a request to use the premises as an art studio. Is that correct?
Correct. For the record, Justin Williams from the law firm Rosenberg Martin Greenberg, here with Ursula Markham and Glenn Chief and Drew Tilden. Yes, that's correct. What you said.
Well, we have you here for hopefully a few more times.
Yeah, you have to give them all. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Congrats as well.
Thank you.
All right. We'll hear from staff and planning.
Okay, so it's pretty simple, neighborhood commercial as an art studio. And just so the board is aware, the property is clearly non-residential in its original use and construction. It was built as a social club in 1967. There are a lot of letters of support in the file. We have not received any opposition.
Department of Planning has reviewed this application and has no objection to its approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Mr. Williams?
Nothing further unless the board has any questions.
Great. I don't think we do, and we'll do a little bit more night reading as well. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck to you all.
I did.
Just one, nothing about it.
All right. And so hold what you got. Case number 2022-302, 101 West Cross Street.
So,
And-
sorry, there's opposition for this one that I just, so we'll have to recall that one later.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we'll move on to case number 2022-309. I'm sorry, no, 2022-308. 604 North Utah Street. Mr. Caballo is the appellant. This matter addresses variance to bulk yard regulations to construct additions at second and third floor rear.
That is correct.
All righty. We'll hear from staff and planning.
So the variance that I have in front of me is for minimum rear yard setback. 20 feet is required, 18 feet, 8 inches is proposed, so it's a 9-foot, 4-inch variance being requested.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Mr. Caballo, is there anything you'd like to add to your application, sir?
No, sir, nothing further.
All right, board, having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Case number 2022-309, 12 through 16 West 20th Street. Sobin Kang?
Yes.
All right, you're the appellant. And this is a request to use a portion of the existing ground floor as a karaoke room. Is that correct? All right. We'll hear from staff and planning.
So there's one conditional use being requested for live entertainment, and the board has, or the staff anyway, has not received any opposition to the request. So that's it.
The Planning Department has reviewed this application and has no comment or no objection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Ms. Gang, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
No.
Sure you don't want to do a little ditty for us while you're here? No? All right. It's your shot. All right, very well. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. See you on stage. Case number 2022-312, 920 North Arlington. Patrick Lundberg, welcome. This matter addresses variances to bulk yard regulations to renovate a building for use as a multifamily dwelling consisting of 7 dwelling units. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll hear from staff and planning.
Okay, so there's one variance needed for this application, which is a minimum lot area variance, which is 3,850 square feet is required, 2,750 square feet exists, so I did the math wrong. I think that looks like a 1,100 square foot variance requested. There's no parking variance needed because this property has been a 6-unit multifamily dwelling since the 1960s at least. So those 6 units are grandfathered in, for lack of a better term. To add a unit, the owner needs to create 1 parking space, and this owner is creating 2 parking spaces. So no parking variance is needed, just the minimum lot area variance.
Okay.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, has no comment. However, requests that if the board approves this application to be subject to the condition that the use of the property complies with the terms and conditions of Baltimore City Code Article 23, which is the sanitation code. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Lundberg, is your client agreeable to the sanitation code?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your application at this time?
No, sir.
Very well. Board, having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All righty. Calling case number 2022-317, 524 Harwood Avenue. Ernie Braveboy is the appellant. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
This is a request to construct the fence 6 feet in height, portion of which will be located in front and street side, street corner side. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Already. Staff and planning reports?
So there's two variances needed. Minimum front yard variance, 25 feet required. It's on the lot line, so it'd be 0 feet setback proposed. 25-foot variance is requested, and minimum corner side yard, 20 feet is required, 0 is proposed, so it's a 20-foot, full 20-foot variance there as well.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Brayboy, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time, sir?
No, no, just thanks, sir.
Sir?
Yes, well, it's my first time, so I'm so sorry. It's my first time here.
I know.
So what I did is I hired a contractor and he had all the necessary information, so that's all. I don't know much about what
You're
this
ahead.
will-
You're well ahead on points. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you. Case number 2022-323, 1302 William Street. And I might be butchering this, so I apologize in advance. Scott Hewitt, Red Sketch Landscape Architecture.
Yes.
Awesome. And you are?
Okay, that's Scott. I'm Joyce Jones. I'm the homeowner.
Okay. And you, sir?
Scott Hewitt, Red Sketch.
Good answer. All right. This matter seeks a height variance to install a simple pergola on top of the rooftop deck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll hear from staff and planning.
So I double-checked this, and it's actually one of those height conditional uses because this property qualifies for that conditional use. So maximum building height is 35 feet is allowed by right. 43 feet 1 inch is proposed with this pergola. So it's an 8-foot 1 inch, quote unquote, conditional use for building height.
Okay.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Very well. Is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
No.
All righty. Board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Final case on consent docket, 2022-326, 923 North Eden. Saad M. Al-Kitabi. Welcome. This is a request to use the first floor of the premises as a grocery store. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. May I hear from staff and planning, please?
Sure, so the conditional use being requested here is retail sales through neighborhood commercial. It has a history of being used for commercial purposes. That's it.
Planning Department has reviewed this application and has no objection to its approval. Thank you.
Very well. Sir, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
No.
All righty. Board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that does it for the consent docket. With regard to the contested docket, I'd like to go back to the order of, bring off the two that came off of the consent docket and take those matters up. So we're going to recall case number 2022-264, 912 Newington Avenue. Quincy Allen, come on up, sir. And for the opposition, your name, sir?
Derek Jones.
Mr. Jones? All right. You can come on over and move over slightly. We're going to swear the witnesses.
Could I have both of you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the statements made, and the responses given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All righty. And again, the way these contested matters work, we hear from the appellant to present, and then we'll hear from the opposition. And finally, the appellant gets a rebuttal or reply. You'll have the last word. All right? And so, Mr. Allen, did we get the reports on this? We did.
We can go through them again if
Let's
that would
just do it
make the
again,
record
so the record's clear.
clear. Okay, so this is a request to use the premises as a multifamily dwelling with 3 dwelling units. There are 2 variances that are required here. One is minimum lot area, so 1,875 square feet is required. 1,680 square feet exists, so it's 195 square foot variance requested, and then off-street parking. So anytime you add a residential dwelling unit, you need to add a parking space or get a variance. So in this case, it's adding one dwelling unit, so you need to add one parking space. In this case, I don't believe there are any parking spaces being added, so there would be a one space variance requested.
Okay.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that the lot area variance required for approval would be approximately 10%. The department would have no objection to approval of that amount of variance. The issue about the off-street parking, the property was previously authorized for use as 2 dwelling units, therefore there's only 1 additional parking space required for approval of this application. The property does have the capability of providing that 1 off-street parking space in the rear yard, although that was not specifically proposed by the applicant. The department therefore has no objection to the application. If the board determines the application is approvable, the department recommends that approval of the application be subject to the condition that use of the property complies with terms and conditions of the Baltimore City Code, Article 23, which is the sanitation code. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Allen, it looks like at least one of the issues for us is parking. So we've heard from planning that there's ability to add parking, but that's not in your proposal, correct?
Not necessarily, but I know I have contractors working on getting that situated.
So what does that mean? Are you willing to provide a parking space?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Are you aware of what the opposition to the application is?
No, sir.
All right. Did not ask this, but one of the things we do when we have contested cases is to offer the parties an opportunity to speak in case there's not been an opportunity to do so before, so that you have the opportunity to reach a compromise. Would you like to take advantage of that opportunity and talk to Mr. Jones? Or we can just proceed?
Sure.
Mr. Jones, are you amenable to that, or would you like to go forward since we're here?
that would be necessary.
Okay.
Okay, very well. Mr. Allen, is there anything else you'd like to add with regard to
No, sir.
the project at this time? All right, we'll hear from you, Mr. Jones. Come on up.
Okay. Again, my name is Derek Jones, and not only am I a resident of this immediate area, this is Reservoir Hill, I'm also a multi-building owner as well. And I've moved in that neighborhood in 2006, and I adhere to the city requirements and policies as to how the property was built, constructed, and I don't see that being laxed at this point and allowing multifamily homes will appreciate the value. I mean, the intrinsic value now has been fought for. Multifamily homes seem to have even some 2-family homes, which I have used as my occupancy, only 2 families. I think that's more appropriate. It allows not only the accessible parking, it allows also the ability to more or less sustain the value of the property. People are more bought into cleaning in the front, the rear of the building, which a lot of landlords don't do. As a landlord and occupant, I'm on the ground, so I see what's going on. I don't believe what has been indicated in his application is accurate. I heard the young lady indicated the last time this building was, I guess, zoned or either requested to be zoned, it was for 2 units. And on his application, he says already that it's been approved for 3. And I find that conflicting. This property is a 2-unit on record. However, he's indicating on his application that you all have the property is currently 3 units.
Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Okay, and looking at his diagram, I'm looking at the floors of each building. It appears he's going to have 1 floor, the second floor, that's going to have 2 bedrooms. And the other floor, the basement and first floor will be a duplex, I'm assuming, based on the diagrams I see. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms. I'm just somewhat concerned as to the amount of footage that's being used here in accordance to what we're using now and what I had to adhere to when I had made 2 duplex units. I had to ensure that I had off-street parking. At the time, you guys used to go online and Google and see what was in the back. I guess that's no longer required. However, these are concerns that I have in regards to something they're going to do. I've yet to have anyone move in that neighborhood that I've observed that had the contingency to do something that have done it. It's always a battle. It's always an issue in terms of them maintaining the property. These are investors. I see Mr. Allen as the owner information, but is he representing the owner? Is he going to be living there? Because the owner is, what's this, Havilah Investment LLC? I'm just confused. And I represent the association in regards to the immediate residents that are in that area, and we contest it.
Well, now, you contest it based on, you would like the appellant to honor what the code requires with regard to parking?
Not only the parking, that's an issue. I mean, it's in addition to the amount of vacancies. The occupancy should be, I would say, two-family, not multifamily. I mean, unless you classify now two-family, multifamily.
Okay.
My understanding that if it was two-family, the community has no objection to that. But to make it multifamily is where the objection comes in. There are.
Isn't two families multifamily?
No, well, it used to be classified, as far as I'm concerned, when I had to adhere to it, it was two-family, multifamily, single-family.
Okay.
Okay, and that train of thought lost when you just mentioned that. You can move forward. It'll come to me. If it does, I'll mention it before we close out here.
You said you're representing a community association?
I said I am a member of the Reservoir Hill Association, and our concern was the amount, I know what it was. The email that I had an attached contestment letter, unfortunately, if I hadn't been here today, it wouldn't have been acknowledged. And I also signed in with the contestment indicated as a selection, and that would have been unacknowledged if I hadn't have been sitting here.
We appreciate you sitting here and raising that issue. I mean, we don't get it right all the time, so that's what happens. So.
I understand, but the email trail is what confuses me in terms of the accuracy on representation of people that can't be present. And I just returned from Chicago for my mother's funeral, so if I had been extended another day, I wouldn't be here.
Okay. Question for you. The homeowner association of which you're a member,
yes,
have they weighed in as an organization to, you're speaking and saying that they object to, I guess, the density or the number of dwelling units. Have they taken a position in writing and sent it in with regard to this?
That can be done. However, in my absence within the last month or so, because my mother was in hospice, I've been the only one following up. My main concern has been, in addition to this property, also the corner of Brookfield, I think it's the Brookfield and Reservoir. I'm trying to think of the building right now. Carlton building. That's another issue that we have, and we're in some kind of ongoing communication with the developer there as well. So we've discussed this particular location as well as the Carlton building on an ongoing basis regarding how we wanted to zone that building, or either request to have that building zoned and the amount of units in the building. Now, if the letter is required now for you to have further justification as to why I'm contesting,
I'm not
we can
requiring,
do that.
no, I'm not requiring anything.
Okay.
I simply asked because you represented, you were speaking
Yes.
on behalf of the organization.
I understand. I
And
appreciate
oftentimes
that.
we get
Well, I
the
appreciate you
organization.
asking to allow me to let you know that other people concur with me. I appreciate you asking.
Okay, no problem. All right.
I'm still don't understand. Are you representing yourself or are you representing yourself?
I'm representing
and
myself, and I'm conveying what the sentiment is in terms of the entire community.
Do you have any documentation to back that up?
That's why I asked him if he considers that to be something of concern. I can obtain that if we.
It's not a concern, it's just
Okay.
a factual question.
Well, no, I don't. And I think in terms of the position I've held with this city back and forth with my properties and how I've complied, I feel I speak on my own reconnaissance.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I have one follow-up question.
Okay, Mr. Jones, for Mr. Jones?
Just to be clear,
your objection is to adding the additional dwelling unit. The parking, of course, but if that can be fixed, your true objection seems to be adding an additional dwelling unit.
Yes.
Can you speak a little bit more generally about why you believe that additional dwelling unit
Okay.
cannot be in that, should not be there?
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to expand upon that, to give clear or clarification.
Sir, look, while you're at the podium, you can say what you need to say. Nobody's
Okay,
cutting
I
you
am.
off.
Well, I'm just thanking him. I'm almost walked away. He called
Well,
me
you
back.
did, but
Okay,
you're-
so I'm
this is
giving
your
him my
time.
acknowledgement of, I thank and appreciate you giving me the opportunity. 2 dwellings is what I adhered to. That was the policy. And according to what she read, the unit was initially 2, 1, and now 2. And now how it became 3 and understood to be 3 is beside me. I don't know. But I'm saying 2 because I adhere to 2 because that was the concern of the neighborhood. And I am a resident in that area. So I adhere to the concern so that I didn't have to contest with my neighbors. I wanted to do what they felt was the right thing to do. And I did. And now I see that the paperwork or anything of the record regarding this building has been misrepresented. And it will continue to unless someone is in the position I'm in now to present to you what we feel.
Unfortunately, nobody else came to object today except you, so I can only really go off what your objections are.
I understand.
And so, just to follow up.
I've been in situations like this where there's been somewhat of I guess a failure to come to a conclusion or either a decision without justification, and they've, I guess, extended the hearing.
Okay, other than the fact that this has been a 2-dwelling unit in the past, what is the nature of your concern about adding one additional?
I just explained to you. The policy was adhere to 2 units, multifamily, single family.
Because it's always been that way.
Yes.
You want to continue for it to continue to be that way.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm done.
I'd like to ask staff a question.
Sure, absolutely.
Is the applicant asking for 3 units or 4 units? It looks like 4 units in these drawings.
What I have is 3, maybe the
Yes, 3.
applicant.
The basement's included.
Oh, I see the basement's included with the
Yes.
first level.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Can you maybe talk to the board a little bit about why you're asking for 3?
As the new owner, I was just looking for future opportunity to go ahead and add another unit. I was just trying to go through the process of what I believe was, the things that were required as far as adding another one, going through this process in zoning.
Are you using space that wasn't being used before with just 2 units, or are you dividing one of the existing units in half?
Dividing one in half.
Mr. Allen, there's some statutory findings that the board has to reach before we grant a variance. It's unnecessary hardship, practical difficulty, is the property unique. Can you address any of those for us, please?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else you want to add, sir?
No, sir.
Mr. French, is there anything you'd like to add to this history we've heard about?
Well, the comment I wanted to make was the question was raised about what does the definition of multifamily dwelling mean? My understanding is that when the licensing of apartments was required in Baltimore City, 3 dwelling units or more in a building was classified as a multifamily dwelling according to the building code and housing code. However, the zoning code classifies 2 dwelling units or more in a building as a multifamily dwelling. So I just wanted the board to be aware that that's probably where the confusion arose in the past.
Very well, thank you, sir. Any other questions from the board? Nope. All right, thank you, Mr. Allen. Now we're going to go ahead and deliberate on this one.
You just have it.
Okay.
I think the most pertinent question was the one asked by Mr. Bonaventure, because there are statutory findings that have to be made with regard to approval, variance approval standards require, in order to approve it, a finding of unnecessary hardship. Applicant is unable to secure a reasonable return or make a reasonable use of his property. Practical difficulty, compliance with the strict letter of the restrictions would unreasonably prevent the owner from using the property for permitted purpose, or it would render conformity with such restrictions unnecessarily burdensome. Uniqueness of the property. Is the property unique for which the variance is sought, not generally applicable to other property within the same zoning classification? Those are, in fact, findings of fact that we have to make, and we need evidence with which to make those findings of fact. The record reflected a direct request to the appellant. Can you speak to those issues in order to support a finding of those factual requirements? And there was no response. So I think on the basis of the record, we can't approve the variance requested. And so I'm a no.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. The fact that there's additional profit to be made doesn't make it an unnecessary hardship.
He also indicated that he wanted the extra unit to increase the value of the property.
Yeah, that's not an unnecessary hardship.
Yeah.
All right. So we can go ahead and vote. I'm a no.
I'm a no.
No.
Thank you. We'll conclude that matter. You good, Ms. Witt?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll go ahead and recall. Case number 2022-302, 101 West Cross Street. Is Mr. Williams still here?
Betty Blaine Thomas is here.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hang on one moment. Let's see if we can get the other parties back. Need two to tango here.
I'm sorry, miss, did you say your name?
Sure. First name is Betty.
Did you say it? I didn't hear.
Oh, you're asking me to state it now?
No, I just asked you what it is.
Yes.
Okay, great.
What is it then? Betty?
B-E-T-T-Y.
Yeah.
And Bland.
Okay, got
B as in boy. L-A-N-D. That's David hyphen. I said it. Thomas. T-H-O-M-A-S.
Was it this case? Is it 3 cross street?
Okay, we are recalling the matter of 2022-302, 101 West Cross Street. Mr. Williams, you're here as the appellant. And this matter addresses kennel use to lease a portion of the retail space to operate as a cat cafe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Where did she just go? Cat cafe. Thanks so much. Could we have her come back in the room?
Thank you.
Okay, and ma'am, your name again for the record?
Sure. Betty Bland Thomas.
Okay, Miss, do you go by Miss Thomas or Miss Bland Thomas?
Bland Thomas.
All right. Okay, could we swear the witnesses?
Sharply, do you need to know that as well?
No, just your name for now. We're going to swear the witnesses.
Can I ask anyone who's going to testify to raise their right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the statements made and responses given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And again, as these contested matters go, we'll hear from Mr. Williams, then we'll hear some opposition from Ms. Bland Thomas, and then back to you, Mr. Williams, for the final word. So, did we get reports on this? Let's get some reports from staff and planning, please.
Okay, so this application is for conditional use for a kennel. The restaurant use at this location in the zoning district is permitted by right. They're asking for both the restaurant use and a kennel use. So the conditional use before you is kennel. And I had some emails back and forth about the off-street parking, and it looks like they've satisfied the off-street parking requirements based on the square footage of the restaurant and the kennel. use. So 3 spaces would be required. I think there's something like 40 spaces that exist. So really, the only thing before you is the conditional use for the kennel.
Okay. Mr. French?
Planning Department has reviewed this application. It has no objection to it. However, it would like to note that because this is a 299 dwelling unit apartment building that this property is located within, we would encourage the board to, as a condition of use, require cats only and no dogs. Thank you.
I think the cats would probably appreciate that. Mr. Williams, just so we have, you have the floor, is that agreeable to the applicant? And no horses or camels? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. For the record, Justin Williams from the law firm Rosenberg, Martin, Greenberg, joined by Drew Tilden, and Daryl Collins, who's the applicant and owner of the Flattery Cattery LLC, or trading as the Flattery Cattery Cafe. As the name suggests, it's going to be a cat cafe. So I think one of the issues, we've met with the community and Ms. Bland Thomas, and we apologize for not doing the outreach to her group. We reached out to the Sharp Button Hall Community Association, but her group is the South Baltimore Partnership, which we, I guess, didn't have their information. But we've had discussions briefly, and I won't speak for her, but it seemed like part of the issue was like, if you hear kennel, you think it conjures an image that's different than what's proposed here, which is a cat cafe where people can have a cup of coffee and then go, and there's a floor plan in the file that Ms. Tilden gave you that shows the separate cat area where patrons could have a cup of coffee. It's separated. The patrons could have a cup of coffee with the cats. If they're so moved, they could adopt the cats. They're going to be provided by an agency that kind of will do the fostering, and so it'll be available for patrons to do. It'll be entirely separate. I'll give you the full presentation, but to get to the end, it's an entirely separate side of the premises with a separate wall, separate ventilation system, so if someone were allergic to cats, they can still go to the cafe side and have a cup of coffee or have a meal and not have to worry about the cat dander interaction. So to give you some further background, the site is at 101 West Cross Street, at the bottom of the Hanover Crossing Apartments. As Mr. French mentioned, it's a 299-unit apartment building in one of the first buildings of the Stadium Square development along that edge of Sharp Button Hall and Federal Hill. There's an article in their file showing the development. That's $300 million plus mixed-use development coming in the area, which is part of what drew the applicant to this site. It's the density of the area, the potentially the renters who are moving here who don't have an opportunity to have a pet or cat in their home could have opportunity to pet a cat or adopt one if they are so moved in the area. Like I mentioned, the applicant proposes to, actually I'll show you the zoning map real quick. So to further reinforce like the density of the area, it was rezoned as part of Transform Baltimore to TOD4 to promote dense walkable development near the light rail station and near the, I guess, well, near M&T Bank Stadium. So as I mentioned in the beginning, it's a copy of the floor plan in your file showing the layout of the site, totally separate. There's proposed to be also outdoor seating for 10 to 20 people as well. So it's really going to be a traditional cafe on one side, locally owned by the applicant operating here, but it just also happens to have this separate cat cafe component, not a full-blown kennel. And so we agreed to conditions like not having dogs staying on site. The public seating area will be approximately 1,000 square feet, and the cat area is approximately 650 square feet. The anticipated hours of operation will be 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. The applicant anticipates hiring between 10 and 15 people and seeks to fill those positions with people who are generally underemployed individuals. He likes to give back, and hope Mr. Collins will introduce himself in a moment. But one of the things that drives him is supporting the community. He's drawn to this community, which Ms. Bland Thomas reinforced in the conversation outside about this being a historically underinvested community that's been dealt a bad hand from the city sometimes, and so this is something the applicant's cognizant of and how to be a good neighbor. He'll partner with the Feline Rescue Association, which will provide the cafe with the foster cats. The concept, the unconventional perhaps around here, there's examples of it being a use in the city and elsewhere. In the file, there's the approval from I think this is the Charm Kitty Cafe from 2017 that the board approved back in 2017. And there's an article in the paper about that as well. So as Ms. Witt mentioned, the relief needed here is only about the kennel use. There's plenty of parking on site, and it's TOD4, which actually is supposed to discourage extra parking, but nonetheless, the applicant has access to, or the patrons have 40 parking spaces that are paid in the building, and then the patrons will have a 15-minute free, I guess, validation for parking as well. So that the people who want to come into the cafe to grab a cup of coffee before going to work or after work will be catered to. The conditional use standards I can go through in full. I think the ones to highlight, though, and the general premise is that the conditional use test is that there's no worse impact of this location than elsewhere in the same TOD4 district. And we think with the standard and the floor plan and like the high level of operation proposed here, there won't be an impact in the community really whatsoever. And to the extent there could be a risk of one, this is a luxury building and a nice community, and so the landlord that the applicant's renting from is self-incentivized to ensure there's a quality operation that won't be disturbing with loud cats meowing or or any kind of undue nuisance behavior, because the luxury building landlord will be sure to enforce that on the community. Still, the applicant has agreed to meet with the community regularly and give back and be part of future community endeavors. I don't want to take up too much of the board's time, so I think we'll rest on that and then respond if there's any other concerns or questions.
Very well. Ms. Bland Thomas.
No, I have a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is this like a thing now, or is there another one in the city?
I feel like there was the Charm Kitty Cafe, which was in the Whitehall Mill building. I think it closed. I'm not sure if it was before the pandemic or not. And I actually worked on another one in Hamden that had an issue with the landlord. Mr. French and I go way back. So I have the Cat Cafe zone.
I understand what a cafe is, but this cat cafe thing, I mean, you just have cats in there and people walk in and pet them and I don't get it.
Yeah, more or less. And I mean, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but some people, it's their cup of tea to hang out. And so, I mean, yeah, basically, if you so chose to hang out, basically the depicted images on the floor plan show. There'll probably be more lounges and sofas. Maybe Mr. Collins can describe it further too, is that, you can sit around and have a cup of coffee. And if you enjoy cats, not everyone does, but if you do that, they can climb all over you and you're happy. If not, you can have a cup of coffee on the other side of the building.
Where do the cats come from?
This
just fascinates me.
Yeah, so the applicant will be getting the felines from the Feline Rescue Association, thank you. So they were providing the cats. There will otherwise be up for adoption, but not as visible and perhaps languishing in a traditional shelter. So this is a sort of way to cater to people who are fans of cats, but also get cats in front of people and they say, oh, maybe I will like to adopt that cat.
Mr. Williams, I do have a question for you. You had said that this would not be a traditional, I'm sorry. You had said this would not be a traditional kennel.
I think you just turned it off.
Is it on now?
Green is on.
Okay. You had said this would not be a traditional kennel. But let's just say, let's play out the scenario where we approve this a conditional use for kennel, because that's what's before the board. Your client moves out, we have another tenant come in that wants to operate a full-blown kennel. Is there a problem? Would that subsequent occupant be able to do that?
Well, we definitely agree to a condition about no dogs, so it's easy to hopefully limit that full-blown kennel use. And the plan is to, how those cat cafes operate, the cats that are up for adoption will be.
Well, my question is, the zoning is going to go with the land.
Right.
And so it's going to be zoned for, it's going to be a permitted use for a kennel, period.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, yes, we would agree and support a condition that could maybe address the concerns you might have about running in perpetuity with an open-ended nature.
Right.
So for example, a condition that says no cats only, or
probably
no
safe.
animals of
Or
any type.
possibly as an adjunct use to a cafe, something like that?
That's actually a great idea, yeah, so it has to be in conjunction or accessory in the floor area to the premises.
I would, that would satisfy my concern.
Yeah, that
Okay.
makes sense to me, we'd agree to that. And the vision here, I mean, the applicant specifically chose this area because he wants to run a cafe, but his vision was to have the cat component because it's the way to stand out and provide a trend like Mr. Cunningham can enjoy and patronize one day.
What happens to the cats at night or off hours? Do they put them in a cage or?
So they basically stay in the area, so it's more freedom and flexibility than, traditional, that's what I'm saying, traditional kennel where they'd be caged, it's like they're there overnight and then in the morning. So staff will be there about 14 hours a day, but then overnight they would be, I guess, unsupervised, but they would still be locked in the room and then with the facility there.
But they're in a separate room from the cafe. It's not like they're hanging out on the coffee
I
machine.
guess this solves any potential rat problem.
Silver lining.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. We'll hear from you again. Ms. Bland-Thomas?
Good afternoon, everyone, and
Good
thank you for this opportunity. I'm just appalled that I'm even here. The kennel is something that is not best suited for the location that they're proposing to have it. And the fact that they have the audacity to also want to have a cafe right next to the kennel and only 14 hours of alleged supervision. One of the things that I'm really having a problem with is that, gentrification is just destroying our community. We initially supported the development. We wanted retail. We had no idea that retail would possibly mean an animal shelter. If you have animals that stay in a building, to me, that is a shelter. And a luxury apartment unit next to historic residential houses, it just does not fit the picture of the quality of life that those of us who have invested most of our lives in living. So my objection is it's not the best suited place. If it is part of the zoning ordinance that could be approved, I don't think you were looking at a dense residential area for that. Animal shelters are best suited in areas that are open, where animals can have open space. I'm not a cat owner, but just imagining these cats being, I would say, locked up in a building 24/7, no matter how long before they're adopted, when there are locations where there's more open space, where they can be outside, get some fresh air, possibly see the water, not be caged in a room that's not accessible to the outdoors.
Ma'am, let me interrupt you for a second. Have you ever been a cat owner?
Yes, my first boyfriend was a cat owner.
Did your boyfriend and his cat spend a lot of time outside?
He did. He took it, yeah, because he had a fence to his unit. I didn't live with him, but I definitely visited him. And it was precious, that little kitten. I mean, we would take it everywhere.
And would you allow for the possibilities that lots of cats don't want to go outside? They hang around indoors and they're fat, dumb, and happy being inside?
Well, I'm just trying to paint a picture of cats being kept in a building 24/7 in a unit where there's going to be a restaurant. And I think it's not healthy. Cats carry odors. Their waste has to be removed. The cafe.
How does that impact the public health, safety, or welfare of the community?
Well, we're subject to the activities that the establishment will bring. We are a dense residential area. We have very little off-street parking. In fact, our parking is zero parking because we're so close to the stadium. So the only parking that would be available for the cafe would be in the apartment unit. If they have 191 apartments, I'm assuming some of those people pay for parking space. So I think the parking issue would also be of a concern to the community, that there's not a lot of off-street parking should this be a very popular establishment. But getting back to the dynamics of having cats inside of a building as part of a cafe experience, I think it would best be suited in an area that is not as dense as this community. I'm concerned any animals being kept over 10 hours in a room with no supervision. What if there's a fire? What if a dog gets loose? I mean, a number of things could possibly happen.
For the cats inside, a dog gets loose outside?
Well, I'm stretching it a little bit, but the
Well,
building.
we could play devil's advocate all day. We could
Okay.
make a lot of-
So the building that's there has over 100 dogs. I step on shit sometimes every other day because of the dogs. Now, we're not in a vast green area, so we're dealing with small sidewalks and streets. And so my concern is that we have to deal with and have dealt with animals in the community, which we've not experienced. And I think this cat kennel is not the best experience. It could be better suited. I love the gentleman whom I just met. I appreciate his mission and wanting to give back to the community. But I do have concerns. The president then approving this cat cafe would have for future development in our area. We're looking for more housing, more affordable homes, and there are other areas I think are better suited for animal kennels.
Okay, let me ask you this, because again, there's a standard we have to apply for this, and it'd be helpful to have your input. Do you believe if we authorize this use, it would be contrary to the public interest? And if so, do you believe you've stated the reasons why?
I've stated some, but I'm not an attorney. Again, as I said earlier on in my statement, I was really appalled that this even came up.
Okay, I understand your concern about that. I just can you answer, is there anything else you'd like to say with regard to it being contrary to the public interest, if at all?
I think I've stated it.
Okay. To your knowledge, would this use be precluded by any other law? By any law, is there any law that you're aware of that would preclude this use?
Well, not a law, but I will say this. In doing my research, none of the cat cafes in Baltimore City have been successful. They all closed. And I think part of
It's not illegal to close, is it?
No, it's not. No, I'm just saying, here's an investment that has a track record of not being
My
successful.
question is there another law that you're aware of that would preclude this use?
Not that I'm aware of. But if this is postponed, what I will do is get an attorney.
It's not being postponed, ma'am. We're here.
Okay.
We're in the middle of it. We're almost done.
Okay.
What would be the danger, if any, to the public health, safety, and welfare by the approval of this application? Other than what you've already said.
I think I've said it.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the witness? No. Anything else you'd like to add, ma'am?
I hope the board does not approve the kennel. We're very much in support of the cafe. We would love to have a place where we could come and sit and have coffee and talk with neighbors.
You do realize you could do that without ever having to see a cat at this location?
Have you ever had a cat in your home?
Many times,
Okay.
often, and today.
And do you know that they do identify their spots? So their urine can be pretty strong.
All right, well, thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Yeah, so I guess just to address the main point, which I think, Mr. Chair, you were getting at, was that a lot of the concerns raised would be relevant, I guess, to any cat cafe, but it would be no worse here. Our main legal argument is that it'd be no worse here than elsewhere in the TOD4 zoning district, which is a standard from Schultz v. Pritz. And that is, a TOD4 zone, which we're in, is supposed to be dense and walkable, and it's supposed to be catering to the kind of community that we in fact are in, that Ms. Plant Thomas described. And I'll have Mr. Collins kind of address the gentrification concern or issues raised, and maybe introduce yourself to the board.
I frankly don't need to hear about the gentrification issue. What I would like to hear about, if anything, or some of the things were addressed, would be okay, the last statement, cat urine can be pretty strong. I think we all agree. But what methodologies or plans would this project have to mitigate that kind of situation?
So the trash removal, is it daily or twice a week?
We're looking at daily right now, just because of the cat component. We're looking at having the trash removed daily from the premises. Obviously, the trash will be taken out every day from the space, and they have obviously the big containers enclosed in the building. But I worked it out with the landlord, and that because we are obviously adding feces and other things and cat litter to it, that I would cover the cost of it being removed every day.
Can you just state your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Darryl Collins, DarrylCollins.
Will there be some kind of air filtration system? For example, does the cafe and the kennel share the same airspace overhead?
That's a great question. A great question, sir. No, it does not. It's going to be two different systems. So one system for the cafe portion, and then one it's a separate system for the cat lounge. So there will never be any type of cross contamination of air. And speaking with the Department of Health, that's the thing that we agreed upon. In moving forward with this. And so should someone be allergic to cats, they can actually still come into the cafe, purchase whatever they like to, hang out there without having any interaction with the cats or any interaction with cat dander.
Thank you. Any other questions for the witness? Great.
Thank you, Senators. In closing, this represents a $500,000 capital investment in the city of Baltimore and will create 10 to 15 jobs from the community. And so we urge you to approve, and subject to the conditions discussed with only cats and then only in conjunction with a full-time operating cafe or restaurant establishment.
Very well. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So it's my understanding we are here for a conditional use approval solely. All right. Having heard the testimony, the questions that the board needs to address, question one, would the establishment, location, construction, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare? Based on the testimony that I've heard, I don't believe it would. There are some issues that were asserted as to, animals, frankly, roaming. It tends to occur outdoors. There doesn't appear to be any provision for the animals to be outdoors, regardless of how you might feel about whether or not an animal is inside for an extended period of time. My own experience is that cats love to be indoors often and often don't like to be outside. Although they love looking out windows. So it's the nature of cats. I find that to be a no to that question. Would the conditional use be precluded by any of the law, including an applicable urban renewal plan? I'm not aware of any. We did not hear any from the floor or from the witnesses that would preclude such. Would the authorization be contrary to the public interest? Unless you have an aversion to cats and specifically, want freedom of animals for, I don't see an affirmative response to that. I don't believe it would be contrary to the public interest. We've heard testimony that some of the public would like this to happen and would enjoy that space and that activity and that, dichotomy of having a cup of coffee, go petting a cat, make their day. Question 4, would the authorization be in harmony with the purpose and intent of this code? I believe it would. This is, again, a new project, a new concept. I think the code is interested in, moving new projects along. And again, there's always going to be, and often is, a difference of opinion as to what is the best use. But, first in time, first in right. If someone else wants to use a piece of property, they have every ability to do that. That might align with someone else's interests. We have this one here that aligns with some interests and appears to be ready and able to move forward with the minimal disruption to anyone who's not interested in that. And so I find that the project meets, I don't find, but personally, as one board member, I agree that the conditional use approval standards have been met by this application, and I don't see any genuine evidence in contrary.
And to take it a step further, well, first, I don't even get this whole cat cafe thing, but that has nothing to do with it. But to take it a step further, at 546A, criteria for denying, there is none.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a yes. I think it meets the standards but my yes is conditioned upon the approval being conditioned upon use of the kennel be, I guess the best phrase would be as an accessory use to the cafe.
And cats only.
And cats only, yeah.
Felines only. You can't go outside and call yourself a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a yes with that.
Yeah, so after reviewing the application, listening to the testimony today, I don't believe that any negative effects of this cat cafe would be above and beyond where they would be at anywhere else in the zoning district. So I'm inclined to approve the conditional use.
All right. Are we ready for a vote?
Yeah, yes with the condition.
Bill, yes with the conditions. I'm a yes with the conditions.
Yes
State
with the
Bonaventure.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we'll start from the top of our contested list. Once I find my first page. There we go. Calling case number 2022-262, 1639 North Broadway. Jean Kerr. French Kerr. Are you Mr. Kerr?
I'm not.
Okay, you are?
I'm Goodell Ward. I'm the builder on this project.
All right.
G-U-D-E-L-L. Last name Ward, W-A-R-D.
And this is a request to use premises as a multifamily dwelling unit consisting of 3 dwelling units, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll hear from staff and planning.
Sorry, I lost my place. Here we go. Okay. So the request is to use the property as a multifamily with 3 dwelling units. We do not have opposition in the file, but there are some questions that we had as staff. So there's 2 variances that are needed here. One is a minimum lot area variance. So 2,250 square feet would be required. 1,440 square feet exists, so it's an 810 square foot variance. And then for off-street parking, 2 spaces would be required. 0, I believe, are proposed, so it would be a 2-space variance. The issue that put it on the contested docket is that it always goes back to the residential conversion question. So the board cannot, all right, the most recent use permit for this property is for a funeral home on the 1st floor with 1 dwelling unit above. So the board could definitely grant 1 dwelling unit in the space that was formerly commercial, where the funeral home used to be, and keep the 1 dwelling unit above, which would create a multifamily dwelling with 2 dwelling units. So we wouldn't, based on how the board has interpreted the code in the past, if you change a commercial section of a property to a dwelling unit, that doesn't mean that it's a residential conversion from single family to multifamily. What I guess is the outstanding question for me and probably for the board as well is how much of the building was the funeral home use? How much of the building did that take up? And are you subdividing what was formerly a single dwelling unit? I hope that is clear in the way that I've explained it. So basically, the board can't approve this, the subdivision of an existing dwelling unit into 2 dwelling units, because that would be a conversion from single family to multifamily. But they can allow a formerly commercial space to become a dwelling unit. So I'll leave it there. Maybe Martin can say it in a clearer way.
Right. Okay. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this building is a 3-story end-of-row residential mixed-use building. The question which Ms. Witt is raising is since it was authorized for use as a funeral home and a single-family dwelling, how much of that building was the single-family dwelling? It was the department's position that it would have no objection if the funeral home previously occupied 2 of the floor or levels of the building, and the single-family dwelling occupied the 3rd floor. In that case, it would be a conversion of a funeral home to 2 dwelling units or multifamily dwelling use. Obviously, if the funeral home only occupied 1 floor level and 2 floors of the building were single-family, this being an R8 zoning district, to convert the single-family dwelling to 2 dwelling units would require the ordinance, according to the zoning code. So it really does come down to a question of what does the floor area and the floor plan of the building in its as-is condition or before proposed use condition amount to? And the board's going to have to ask the applicant to testify to that. However, the department has no objection specifically to the application and notes, should the board determine the application to be approvable, the department would recommend that approval of the application be subject to the condition that use of the property complies with the terms and conditions of the Baltimore City Code, Article 23, which is the sanitation code. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm sorry, tell me your last name again?
Ward, W-A-R-D.
Okay, Mr. Ward. First of all, should the board be predisposed to granting your approval, granting your application, are you agreeable to the sanitation code
Yes.
condition? Okay. Tell us what you know about the use. I'm sorry, we didn't swear you. Let's get you sworn.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the statements you're about to make are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Tell us what you know about the use, the funeral home's use of the premises. What space did it utilize?
So there's an existing, I guess it was kind of like a garage on the back end of the house or the funeral home. So I think they brought the bodies in that way and used the first floor as the funeral home. The second floor was used as a dwelling unit.
Okay.
And the basement was unoccupied. So it wasn't used at all. The basement wasn't used. I guess they were just using it as storage primarily.
Okay, no funeral home operations took place in the basement.
No.
Okay.
Is there a 3rd floor to this property?
So 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3.
Do you know what the 3rd floor was used for?
I don't know. I think it was a dwelling unit as well, to be honest, from walking it.
Well, it'd be safe to assume that,
Maybe they used the first and the second floor as the funeral home.
well, that's the pregnant question here. That's what we're trying to get to.
Now that I think about it.
Do you want some time to come back with us with that information? Because I think it's critical to your request.
No, I'm looking at the drawing now. My apologies. So the first floor and the second floor was the funeral home. And then the 3rd floor was the dwelling unit. You can see it's a smaller floor, on the top.
Okay, do you have that, Bill? Yeah.
The basement was not used.
Not sure how to read what's inside here. Question for staff. Can you confirm what the witness just stated based on the drawings that you reviewed and planning? I mean, we're asking the question, so it's odd to me that. Did you see the funeral home use on the 2nd floor? That, I don't know. I don't know what he said. Just noted he said.
So these are the drawings for what the building will look like when the apartments are
Yeah, do you see anything inside?
created. It's just hard to know from these drawings. I think this property has been vacant for a good amount of
It's
time.
been vacant for a while.
So, sir, what drawings are you referring to that?
I'm looking at my drawings. Because I do a lot of stuff. I had to look back at the drawings and figure out the levels. I forget that it was actually 3 levels above ground that we were looking at. And as you come in, they could only from my recollection of walking the space, because I mean, obviously, a lot of it is kind of gutted. It's almost an empty building. So from those were the two most used spaces. So I'm assuming that
Okay.
those two floors
I
were
don't
the
think I can
funeral.
take your assumptions as good evidence on how to make a record. Would you like the opportunity, again, I'll ask, to research it some more and then come back, because there's a different result, it sounds like, if the funeral home was only utilized for level 1 and not levels 1 and 2.
And I guess the real question is, where would we get that information from? Because
Well, you're the applicant, so you
This building has been vacant for a long
You're
time.
asking for the relief, so I'm gonna have to leave that to you as to what you need to do to come back to us with the evidence. I imagine there's,
Becky, is there a UNO for this property?
So according to what I see in the record, it said first floor funeral home and one dwelling unit above that. But, you know, I think that's what was in the last UNO. But there, like I said, there has been a lengthy period of vacancy in between. So that's just what we have, I think, in the file, is that it was first floor for the funeral home and one dwelling unit above. But, yeah.
well, given that's where the record is, again, I'll leave it to you to undertake whatever research you believe you can or are willing to do in order to establish a funeral home use on the second level. Or you may proceed now and we'll address what relief we can give you based on what the record reflects, which is a first floor use of the funeral home and one dwelling above that, which I don't believe gets you the three.
Yeah,
three dwelling
it doesn't
units
give
that you're
you the
looking for.
3. There's also, yeah, I was about to give legal advice, which I won't do. Never mind.
So the floor is yours, sir. What would you like to do?
let us go back and see if we can find what the actual usage of that space was.
And we'll postpone the matter and recall it when, if you can let staff know by calling the MZA when you're ready to come back with your additional evidence, we can get you on the docket. I think the docket next week might be pretty, I'm sorry, in 2 weeks may be pretty full as well, given that we missed a hearing date. So in any event, everybody agreeable to a postponement?
Yeah.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, what did I just look at here? Well, I got all involved in the funeral home. I don't even know what number I just did. What were we?
You were at 2022-262, so I think the next one would
62,
be
got it.
272.
Okay. That's postponed. Okay, I'm going to call case of 2022-272, 2907 O'Donnell Street. Caroline Hecker. Right. Would it be appropriate to call both 272 and 281 together? Well, they are two different properties, but yeah. I tell you what we're going to do, Mr. Williams. We'll call both of them at the same time, and we can hear you on both. So we're calling cases number. Thanks, Frank. Case number 2022-272, 2907 O'Donnell Street. Mr. Williams is here on behalf of the appellant, and that's a request to add live entertainment to existing tavern restaurant, as well as case number 2022-281, 2901 O'Donnell Street. Same appellant representation, also to add live entertainment to existing tavern restaurant.
You guys killed the trees.
And for all parties who will be heard in opposition to this matter, come forward, we can get you all sworn in. Thanks so much.
Got 3. Can I ask you to each raise your right hand? Anyone who's testifying, do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the statements made in response to given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you please say yes or no out loud?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, staff, planning, reports?
So, right, this is exactly, basically the same application for each property. The conditional use is live entertainment as accessory to a tavern or restaurant, and there's an MOU with Canton Community Association. In the file, there's also a letter of opposition from a neighbor citing concerns mostly related to noise, as makes sense with live entertainment.
Where is the letter from the association?
The MOU with Canton Community Association, I believe it should be in the file, otherwise I think it's probably in the packets that were just handed to you. I can find it, hold on.
Mr. French?
Thank you. Planning Department has reviewed both of these applications. It wishes to note on the issue of the sound that the application proposes to limit sound to 80 decibels at a distance of 10 feet from the premises of each one.
Mr. French, I'm sorry, how many decibels?
80.
80.
The applications basically propose live entertainment during the business hours of each of these facilities, and these are not going to be late hour live entertainment events, according to the applications. The department is recommending approval of each application subject to these conditions. A copy of the use and occupancy permit for the premises must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. A copy of the written approval by the board of the live entertainment provided on the premises, including details of any restrictions or limitations on the live entertainment provided, must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. And a copy of all other permits and licenses required pursuant to the written approval of the board must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, are your clients agreeable to those conditions?
Yes.
All right. We'll hear from you, sir.
Thank you. For the record, Justin Williams, a law firm, Rosenberg, Martin, Greenberg, joined by Jennifer Fideli with the applicant on both matters, so Blaze Inc., trading as Llamas in the Half Shell, which is 2022-281, and then also Pizza Ole LLC, trading as Nacho Mamas, which is 2022-272. I guess basically the overview of both cases. So these are two long-time members of the Donald Square area. Nacho Mamas, as you probably know, is responsible for or credited for revitalizing this Canton neighborhood. And so if anyone, or more than most applicants you might have before you, there is another level of care that you know the applicant will have for not having disruption that would impact the neighborhood negatively. On top of that, as Mr. French mentioned, and as is in the MOU with both the full Canton Community Association and the HOA behind the site, which I guess would be helpful for you to see it. So the aerial image shows the square, if you're not familiar, I'm sure most of you are, but the square and then the neighborhood in the beige is the Canton Square community. So the HOA, the MOU is with those community association and the HOA. And so if there is a violation of the terms of the MOU, both groups would be empowered and have the authority to press an issue. To cut to the chase for both, I've given you those summaries in the front of your files to make it even quicker than usual. You can adopt the findings of fact as you see fit. But basically, as Mr. French mentioned, the MOU, the primary hours of operation for live entertainment here would just be during the dinner time hours. So from 4 to 8, 4 days a week, from 4 to 8 on Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday, we can noon to 4. The intention is to be kind of literally an accessory with the dining component of the restaurant. Unlike the other establishments around the square, there will not be a dance floor. There's no room for a dance floor. If there would be, people might feel the need to move in their seats, but there wouldn't be a set-aside dance area. There would be potentially longer hours on private events or special occasions like St. Patrick's Day. But still, even on those occasions, the MOU still provides that there's a hard stop at 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, or midnight Friday and Saturday. So earlier than the other venues on the square. So this sort of is the same thing I mentioned in the last case about the meeting the test of Schultz v. Pritz, that it's no worse in this location than elsewhere in the C1 zoning district, especially here with Nacho Mama's being an inline space facing the square. The applicant also agreed in the MOU to close windows during live entertainment offerings to reduce noise further. They've also agreed, I think they already do, but would do further, have security staff for both to deter the loitering at the entrance during the day or during the evening, and then at night when it's the closing time, to ensure people go on and get home, get out of the way. Yeah, I think the other just items to focus on, I mentioned again, like the long time history of both Nacho Mamas and Mamas in the Half Shell to the square. So they've coexisted for this long, and the board should have no concern about the issues or the conflict here, especially given the early cutoff time of the live entertainment, and the fact that the Canton Community Association and the HOA nearby could bring an action. The CCA often does if there's a wayward actor. They can move to ensure that issues are mitigated. So I'll leave it at that if there's any questions from the board.
Not at this time. Thank you so much. Okay, who do we have for the opposition?
Hi, my name is Kathleen Durling. I'm one of the residents.
Okay, could you spell your last name for the report?
Deuerling.
And I'm Beth Raymer. I'm also one of the residents. Rey, M as in Mary, ER.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so I wrote it.
That's fine.
All right, so I live across the street from Mama's on the Half Shell, and please excuse my appearance. I have a hereditary tremor. People think different of me sometimes. As to receiving a live entertainment license, there are some factors that really should be considered for the good of the community. Believing once a license is given to the establishment is very hard to have it revoked. I've lived here approximately 35 years before anything went on in Canton, knowing that it would be involved and growing. There are a total of 6 houses on one side, down from Mama's on the Half Shell, on their side door, and 8 across from this business that is severely and daily affected as others, even though it is a commercial and residential community. Most of our residents couldn't attend. They could not attend today. Some, had other things they had to go to. Some believe that it was a waste of time to come here. And we have talked within our community asking for the following to represent the businesses receiving this license. That didn't sound right, sorry. We are asking for no outside music, definitely. We'd just like it on the record. No speakers of any sorts to allow music from the inside to be played outside. There's already a small speaker outside. It's hooked up on the corner of the building. And I also stress that no amplifiers or microphones be used. Now, I know they want the music on the inside, but sometimes they had it on the outside. The sound and the vibrations, they really travel severely, as our community have learned in the past, which affects those living in close proximity of the building. As I have stated about 6 of the houses on the one side, I would like to make you aware that every one of them have become rentals, other than one that could not afford to move. We would also like to have the windows closed so we do not hear the sound constantly to the time invading our space to come home as we work hard after a hard day of work and be bothered by the state, and I state this as noise. This is considered a health problem, whereas those working there and the business owner are allowed to go home to the quietness after a hard day. Please consider everything I have said, for I really enjoy where I live, as others have said, and I also believe this is an issue for quality of life, not just a business trying to make money. The business owner, Jackie, has always been wonderful. Scunny in the past has also been wonderful. Quite a few of us had moved into the neighborhood before these businesses were there, knowing this area was going to develop. Da-da-da. Okay. I just hope that the owner, Jackie, does what's right now, and if she ever sells the business, which will affect the community, I hope she does well then. And I just wanted this all on record, and I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your input. Ms. Reimer, anything from you?
No.
All right, very well.
What she said.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
Thank you. So I think to respond by my ear, I think the applicant is amenable to the conditions requested. There will not be outside music as part of the MIU, and there won't be outside amplification. That's right. I don't know if the speaker might be there now.
The inside windows will be closed.
Right, speaker, yeah, windows will be closed and the live entertainment will be confined to the interior. Maybe on special events is when there's outside music or amplification, like St. Patrick's Day or the Oyster events. But other than that, and then, then the amplifier microphone will be inside, but nothing will be outside, amplifying the noise from the inside. And the vision, again, is for 1 to 2 entertainers at most, like a band, to be part of the meal that is served to the public. So it won't be the type of louder, I don't know, disruptive, vibrating noises.
Very well.
You started to say something about the existing speaker on the outside.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know?
Yes, there is an existing speaker outside that plays to the patio. That one's always kept at reasonable levels, and it connects to the same music that's playing inside. So that music will continue to play the music that would have been inside. The inside musician will not be amplified outside.
Okay. Very well. Any additional questions for Mr. Williams?
No, I'm good.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation. All right, we'll undertake a deliberation on this matter. So we're here on the conditional use standards, correct? So way to try to summarize this. We have been provided with a conditional use analysis.
It needs a standard.
We're provided with a conditional use analysis, which has been testified to by the applicant, supplemented by the applicant, as well as the signed MOU between the parties. Having heard the opposition, it appears that those conditions that have been raised by the opposition, the applicant is willing to meet and has demonstrated that. I accept what has been presented in the both the testimony and the written materials, including specifically the applicant's case summary, which includes the conditional use standards, as well as the analysis of conditional use and how this particular project meets the standards for approval of conditional use. So to note, so as not to belabor the issue, I believe that the conditional use standard has been met based on the record before us, and I'm a yes for approval.
I agree.
With the conditions that are imbued within the agreement.
I agree, and I'm a yes.
Yes. Thank you so much.
So that
Absolutely.
was for 2022, 272, and 281.
That's correct. And if we could take a 5, maybe 10-minute break at this point, just to stretch our legs and other activities. Appreciate it. Keep it moving.
Okay, I think we are going back on the record. Thank you for your patience. And
Okay, we're going to call the next case. Next case will be called as case number 2022-315, 4229 Pimlico Road. Melvin Kreider is the applicant. Come on up, sir. And anyone here who's in opposition to this matter, please come up so we can have you all sworn. Okay, I'll clear out the room.
Can I ask anyone who's going to testify to please raise your right hand?
Oh, my gosh.
You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the statements made in response to given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, I do.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Mr. Kreider.
Okay, yes. Sure, you can hang out here if you want. I am Reno Pratt.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm sorry, your name?
Reno Pratt.
Mr. Pratt. All right.
R-E-N-O-P-R-A-T-T.
And this is a request to use the premises as a first floor convenience store. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'll hear from, so here we go. I don't know how long the presentation is going to be, but if it gets too long, feel free to take a seat while waiting the opportunity to speak. I'll hear from staff and planning.
So the only thing before you is a conditional use for neighborhood commercial retail goods, no alcoholic beverages. So it's just one conditional use.
Okay.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, has no comment officially. However, it does note that this property is located in the Park Heights Urban Renewal Plan area. The Urban Renewal Plan does not prohibit or restrict the proposed use, but the applicant is encouraged to consult with planning staff about signage standards contained in the Urban Renewal Plan before ordering any signs for the new store. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Again, my name is Reno Pratt. Just wanted to give a quick...
Hold on, Mr. Pratt.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, were you here for this matter?
Yes.
Were you here when the parties were sworn?
No.
Do you intend to testify today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to have to swear this witness.
Ma'am, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm or testify the perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the state of Spain responses given, we will do nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Go ahead, Mr. Pratt.
All right. So good afternoon again. My name is Reno Pratt. Just wanted to give a quick, idea of the business and the intended purpose of the business.
Yes, sir.
First, we would like to start by saying that this property has a long-term use for commercial use. And our objective is to offer a convenience store / meeting place for the community to purchase goods and gather. So we've done things like consider free Wi-Fi for the community. We're planning with some community members to allow them to come in to use our space for employment opportunities for people that need on a job or need training. So we'll be using some space for training and things like that.
I'm sorry, sir. What kind of training?
Job training. So we'll have like some community people that can help with job placement, come in and help people prepare their resume and find jobs.
Okay.
And some of the space that we're using. So the space is about 1,200 square feet. Half of the building or the space will be used for convenience, selling goods, and the other half will be used for a cafe.
Okay. All right. Go on.
And so, briefly before speaking today, we spoke to some of the community members, and I think the consensus is that in the past the convenience stores has brought unwanted traffic or and things like that. I'll let them speak on what their concerns are, but overall we agree that we want to make sure that the community is growing by putting good things there. It's our intent to make sure that the business offer nothing but open communication with the association and good management.
I just wanted to add that
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you state your name again before beginning?
Juanita Griffin.
Okay, Ms. Griffin.
I plan to produce affordable products, community aid, residents, community. I'm full aware of crime that Baltimore City have, which us as a community is not going to allow that to happen. And at the last time that it was a convenience store and there was a lot of violence, the houses was vacant. The house is not vacant no more.
So to add to that, the company has made an investment in buying the building. The upstairs of the building is being rented for affordable living, and so the intent was to make sure that we had that affordable living component for the unit upstairs and downstairs for commercial space.
And will that obviously that rental issue and the use of that as a rental space is not before us here today.
No.
Do you plan on living there, or does the owner plan on living there, or is it rental, can be rented out to a third party?
I think
At
that,
the moment, well, I'm living there, the daughter of the owner.
Okay. All right. Go on.
all right. And so I think that's pretty much it. I mean, we'll have
Tell me the hours that you intend to operate.
from 8 to 8.
8 a.m. to 8 p.m.,
Yes, sir.
7 days a week?
Yes. Well, Sunday included, I think it's 8, yes.
Tell me about the conditions on the outside. Well, because it's dark at 8 o'clock, certainly at certain times of the year. Lighting?
Oh, it's a police light, it's lighting, I will have lights on top of the building too, as well as cameras.
Okay. Cameras outside and inside?
Yes.
Will those cameras be connected to any Baltimore Police Department?
Yes, I will get.
They will be, yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Kreider, do you represent the owner?
Yes, my father.
Mr. Kreider?
Yes.
You represent the owner?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Aren't there corner stores on each corner on that part of Pimlico? No, the next corner store is like.
Okay, folks.
It's like.
Witness.
It's like 3 blocks. It's like a good 2.5 to 3 blocks. Is up the that street. Quantico? Yeah, Quantico. And then directly next on the other side is another one. Have you talked to any of the other owners of those establishments about what they do about security? Or
We
if
have
they do
not.
anything about security?
We have not, no.
Are you aware of the activity involved in those other corner stores?
We are aware of the activities for the other corner stores, but we are looking to do a few things different from what they are. One thing, like we mentioned, will be making sure that our surveillance is in line with Baltimore City. And also, she lives there, and that we'll have security there as well.
Okay.
Because we're not just going to do a convenience store. We'll have a piece of it will be, so that the community can come in, have Wi-Fi, coffee and tea and drinks like that. So it's not like we're not just offering a convenience store where people come in, buy things and go.
So you guys are right by that new Renaissance building, correct? That apartment building?
Yeah. Yes.
How has that changed some of the activity that you've observed on that stretch of Pimlico? Well, actually, it's been all right. It ain't been like it's been a lot of traffic or anything right there at that area. We keep it nice and clean. Okay. That's all. I just want to get some more information. That's all I had.
I'm sorry, thank you. You indicated you intend to have security. What do you mean by that? Explain to me what your security plan is.
So we haven't yet hired anyone to do security and anything like that, but we are considering, if approved, that we will have someone that will be responsible for making sure that there's no loitering outside the building.
Are you seeking to have armed security?
No, sir.
Do you have any kind of document that you can present that shows is got what your security, lighting and such will be?
Once approved, we'll hire security. So at the moment, no, we don't have any documentation presented.
Looking for photos. See any photos? Do you have any? Have you submitted any photographs of this property? Did you see it on your file?
I didn't see any file.
I see plats and I see diagrams. But
Yeah, I don't have any photos.
I don't see pictures.
Here it is.
Oh, okay.
So Mr. French has some aerials of the property.
Which one?
This one.
Okay, thank you.
Oops, where's the closest?
So,
Where's the closest up the store?
not this corner, but 2 corners down.
Can you tell from here?
You can't, this way, so 2. Like
Make sure your microphone is on.
So there's a corner store The next house, I believe, is Park Heights Terrace. Then you have Corner Call, that's a corner store there. And then another stretch where it's a corner store directly on the other corner.
Okay. With regard to these other corner stores, are you familiar with the hours in which they operate?
I think once they open to 10. I don't walk that way because it's a little dangerous walking that way. So I don't go to them corner stores. I have to go all the way around on Cold Spring to go to the store. That's the whole reason why I'm trying to get that one open, because we're not going to have none of that problems or gambling going on outside, because I lived there. And at the time that it was happening back then, it was vacant. The little area right there was vacant. So I can see why it was probably a lot of people hanging right there. But I lived there. So I'm not ready to be having a lot of people hanging on my front or any of that.
Okay. All right, anything you want to add at this point? Or, because you'll get the last word. We'll hear from the opposition and you'll get to speak again.
That's fine.
Okay?
You know, in instances like this, we should get something from them that lays out exactly what the security is going to be. Rather than just this general, we're going to have security.
We're talking about a security plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that should be presented to the board for consideration as opposed to some vague, promises.
Also,
You guys have to speak into the microphone.
I'm speaking at this.
Silent deliberation here.
I mean, I want to hear the rest from the opposition. The rest
Okay.
of this, but, yeah.
Let's go to the opposition. And again, just be mindful of who's spoken before you and whether or not. So we're assured that we don't repeat the issues. Go ahead, sir. State your name for the record, and we'll hear from you.
Stephen Johnson. I'm the president for the Pimlico Terrace Neighborhood Association.
All right, Mr. Johnson, is it PH or
With an EV.
EV, okay.
Correct. And I have with me members from the Pimlico Terrace Neighborhood Association, as well as Reverend Mercer, who is the Reverend for the Holy Nativity, which sits directly across from where the proposed convenience store will be.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
So, sitting at Loyola Northway and Pimlico, to your question, at Oswego and Pimlico, there's a corner store. Come up another block, there's a corner store at Quantico and Pimlico. And then this proposed location will be the third corner store. As we know, Park Heights is in a place of development. We're in a really, really sensitive place, especially within our neighborhood enclave. And with that said, right where the proposed location is, at Loyola Northway, we have homes that are being built currently. And the current market value is $350,000 per home. Once the homes are finished, they go into contract. And so the community and the neighbors are saying, hey, we're not paying $350,000 to have a convenience store at our corner. The reality is that corner stores bring nefarious activities. They do bring great gambling. It does bring crime. It does bring loitering, trash, and other debris. In the past, there has been a convenience store there, and it has remained vacant because the convenience store couldn't get a liquor license. And when it was there, it was also accompanied by a place that was called the Ranch, which was nefarious for, crime, homicides, prostitution, and anything that no person would want their children or their loved ones to have to see on a daily basis. And so the reality is we're coming in opposition because this is a community where we deserve more than just a convenience store. We understand that there's a cafe and a convenience store component of it. However, it still gives that same air to folks that, hey, here's another place where we can come and set up shop. The reality is that those two buildings that are above the convenience store, the proposed convenience store, they're meant to generate income. And so the folks that are living in there now, they're not going to continuously be living there. It's going to be rented out. And having conversations with the owner, she wants to continue her revenue, and she doesn't even plan to be a resident of Baltimore City. And so I think that there are enough mitigating and enough aggravating factors, I should say, that would go toward the board to say, hey, a convenience store is just not the way to go for our community. And then with that, some of the concerns are the proposed convenience store will increase violence and drug sales directly across from Holy Nativity, which is a longstanding community church, and the homeowners are Loyola Northway and Pimlico Road, as well as Betty's Beauty Salon, which sits directly across the street from where the proposed convenience store location is. The proposed convenience store will negatively impact the valuation of the property in the neighborhood. The proposed convenience store will create and invite undesired foot traffic into our community, putting the safety of children, seniors, and family at risk. And the proposed convenience store will create and cause unwanted convenience store-related trash, debris, and other garbage. On August the 24th at Shirley and Park Heights Avenue, there was a mass shooting, something that's been in the news constantly that folks have been still reeling from, where 7 folks were shot. 1 person was murdered, a young man, 22 years old. When you have convenience stores in which the shooting happened in front of, you then bring and invite other crimes and other folks who don't mean the community any good. So we're just asking you, and we're actually pleading with you at this time to not allow this to be zoned for a convenience store.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Considering what you heard from the applicant about the proposal.
Sure.
And considering that the property has been sitting vacant and eyesore in the community for some time.
Sure.
What leads you to believe that their plan won't be successful?
Because when you asked about the security, there was no assuring about what the security plan would look like, who they would use, where the security cameras will be placed, so that way it will be placed in an optimal location to deter crime. When it was asked about lighting, it was, hey, we'll just put it up on top of the building. However, if you place it on top of the building, it could be shining to someone's window directly across from there. So it really comes off of this is what we want to do. However, it's just not well planned. And also partly because the neighborhood, the community, has not really been brought to the table to have a conversation to see how they best fit in with the community that's already there. Did I answer your question?
Would you be willing to consider, well, let me ask it this way. Among the uses in that space, it appears that a convenience store is about the last use you, the community, would want.
Absolutely.
And that's a deal breaker.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
And then when it comes to the job development, it's like, hey, we're just going to bring people in to, help people fill out applications for jobs. However, with our community association, we have a workforce development program which we employ youth 18 to 24 in the Central and Southern Park Heights area. We are also working with Holy Nativity. We use that as a space for those young people to house our neighborhood. So we have so much stuff already happening. We just, we have homeowners, grants that are happening to be able to repair and fix the community. So we have so much stuff already happening to be able to come in and say, this is what we're going to do. You're reinventing the wheel. And at this point, the Pimlico Terrace Neighborhood Association stands with a posture that before you can just come in and open up shop, you need to come and talk to us first.
Okay.
And so we've had conversation, and we don't want it to be nasty. The reality is we've even talked amongst ourselves and said, hey, how about when the neighborhood is settled? Because we've talked to the contractors for Loyola Northway, and they are about 6 houses shy of completing that block. When that block is complete, they said the first of the year. Can we not come to the table and after that's actualized so we can see how you actually fit into our neighborhood enclave and we can work together for that. However, to zone it as a convenience store, if they didn't succeed, someone else could move in and it's already zoned as a convenience store and our worst nightmare is actualized. You have folks that have lived here in this community for 20 and 30 and 40 years. And so when we're talking about being trauma informed, when someone says, hey, I'm going to come with a convenience store, it still smells of the past failures. And so this is opening the wound of those past traumatizations. There's nothing fresh being offered. However, we are offering an olive branch to say, let's have a conversation once the dust has settled. And I think that's more than fair.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Did anyone else?
There was a letter submitted from the Church of the Holy Nativity, so I'm just making sure that the board has it now.
And we also have 33 other letters in opposition that can be uploaded. They were accidentally left, but they can be uploaded by the end of today's business day. With signatures and addresses.
And you said 30, is that 33 other members of the community?
33 other members of the community have filled out an opposition letter with addresses, names, and phone numbers that could be submitted. I can just electronically upload it by the end of the day. The work that they were accidentally left behind. However, we do have the Church of the Holy Nativities letter present and accounted for.
Very well. Okay, anyone else? All right, well, thank you for your input.
Oh, and I would just say, if we were talking about an animal hospital, there wouldn't be any flack. If we were talking about an artist studio, no flack. Maybe even a cleaner's, something, a shop, something fresh, something new that does not invite those types of criminalities. There wouldn't be any flack. However, folks just can't sit by and say, hey, I smell something that looks like last time, and not stand up and say, hey, this is not what we're going to do.
Okay, one final question from me.
Yes, sir.
Given the level of violence that has occurred over time, have you all obtained any statistics from the local law enforcement, police department regarding the levels of crime, assaults, various things that have happened in the area over the past period of time since this place has been
So when we're talking about August the 24th, we're talking about Shirley Avenue. Shirley Avenue was 4 blocks away from the proposed location. That was 7 people shot August 24th, 2022, broad daylight. Then we look at August the 23rd, Loyola Southway, which is 3 streets away from where the proposed location is. A gentleman was murdered at 2:30 in the afternoon. When we look at August the 12th at 2:15 in the afternoon, I live on Park Heights Terrace. There was a break-in, a burglary at 2:15, which is a block over from Loyola Northway. When we also look at Loyola Northway, there's a senior home there, Renaissance Gardens. The reason why the seniors don't come out is because they're afraid of the activity that walks up and down. So much so, in the past, we've actually partnered with the Northwest Police Department to have I don't want to use this because it's not correct, a substation there. And because the funds were low, they couldn't do that. However, in lieu of, they placed a vehicle there that would serve as a deterrent. There is a police watch camera there, which is indicative of the crime and the nefarious activities that happen in our neighborhood that we're working so hard and diligently to eradicate and to revamp and renew and refresh our community, that this will be a detriment.
Excuse me, but in answer to your question.
Your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Patricia Ford.
Was that Patricia or?
Patricia. We have our monthly meetings, and the police department comes to our meetings, and they give us an update on everything that's happening in the community. And I would think it's possible that we could get those statistics from them, to give to you if that's what you wish.
But those dates are, accurate on record. And those are just things that we're dealing with as of the last couple of months. And then what happens is when these things happen in front of these corner stores, they open back up the next day. I was appalled that on Shirley, where that 7-person shooting happened, the next day they were open for business.
With regard to the other corner stores that you referenced, do any of them have a liquor license and sell alcohol?
So negative, they do not have the one on Quantico and Pimlico and the one on Oswego and Pimlico. They do not. However, the liquor license would just heighten the issues that we're talking about, because now folks can come there, they can, drink, hang out, and it really becomes a place of lawlessness. And then the corner store that sits at Quantico and Pimlico, it's a constant place of loitering and hanging out, trash constantly, debris constantly. And the reality is that you really have to break the cycle of these types of places in order to really see change. And that's what we are about in our community, seeing change. And so it will come with, it has to be something new. It has to be something fresh. And we're willing to have that conversation with the owners. However, convenience store, no go.
All right,
Respectfully.
understood. We all good?
Agreed. And that part as well, that it was mentioned that it was dangerous on the other end where the corner store is, which is a block away. So if it's dangerous down there, and y'all want to walk down there, and we're not even sure what your security plan looks like up here, which is a block away, how can you ensure the safety of everyone within our community? So I think it's obvious today which way the board should vote, and I just asked for you to vote in favor of not approving zoning for a convenience store.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Wow. The first thing I heard was depreciation. I'm not sure what qualifies these group of people to value real estate. So I don't know where that one's going. Then we're talking about, creating change in the community. We've openly said that we'll make it to your next meeting and discuss how we can work together. You mentioned having, programs that's beneficial for the community. We're saying we're willing to give space to help flourish that program and create whatever programs we have. I mean, that we can bring to the table as a business. Security hasn't been secured because we don't know where we stand yet. We're kind of in limbo and we're losing money, which is why we're here. But that's something that we can make sure that you guys have access to that information. And we challenge you guys to come out and come hang out and see how the security is going along. We can't do anything about past performance. We can't do anything about businesses that we don't control. All we can do is give the community our word that we'll be a partner and not a hindrance to the growth of the community. You mentioned, you guys mentioned, if we can hold off until the other houses sell. We just can't do that at the moment. We can't hold off and lose money until next year. Again, in closing up, we plan to be a community partner. We plan to do business, the right way and make sure that, again, we partner with you guys and not be a hindrance to the community. You have anything else you want to say?
Let me make a suggestion to you, and this
Yes,
is
sir.
you can take it or not take it. You may want to postpone today and go back and talk to the community. And my suggestion is you don't need to buy security items. You can come up with a security plan that you
Okay.
can present to the community and say, here's what we're going to do. I think the community needs to know what you're going to do a little more solidly than you're voicing it today, because it's a lot of we're going to, we think, but I think if you say to them, here's our plan, you may all find a common ground. If you don't, you don't. We'll come back and hear it, but you may want to postpone today and talk to the community.
Sir, the chief problem with them is that they want to see what happens to the houses that are going to sell first, which means that we have to push our bottom line for another 6 months to a year.
And my suggestion was only a suggestion.
Yeah, there are competing interests on both sides. We recognize that. But we also recognize the competing interests today as we sit here with the information that's being presented. Oftentimes in situations like this, we will get a security plan. We will have more detail as to, staff, the hours, where folks will be placed, where the lighting will be, a bit more than just the, not saying it's nothing, but we often, we ask for it.
Sir, yes, sir.
I think routinely, so that we have some level of comfort as to how this is going to look, if and when an approval is granted, as opposed to, we got the approval, we'll get to that when we can, because we like to, particularly in these situations, there are conditions often
Yes.
that we want to place on it. And, this one has a bit of an air about it. It's just less information than we're used to getting in terms of what it is you plan to do, particularly in a neighborhood like this with the violent history that it has, because it obviously doesn't take long to kick off, in a new location. we want to mitigate that, as do your fellow neighbors as much as possible. So, the suggestion that it's not unique to you, it's one we would raise in a situation like this normally, so that you can reach as much consensus as possible. Doesn't necessarily have to end up in an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, but at least you have a give and take, and you know what they're looking for at a minimum and what it is you're willing to provide. And if you're unable to do that, recognizing that they've mentioned and raised the issue of the homes being sold and how that's going to impact the neighborhood, recognizing also that they've said convenience store, no go. But it sounds like there are reasons for that and there are bases for saying those things in light of what they have in front of them. So again, it's up to you whether you want to take advantage of or take an opportunity to do that. If you think it's not viable, it would not be, then you're well within your rights not to take advantage of that. So we want to give you the opportunity. That's the issue.
So if there was a postponement, the expectation is that we would have a security plan and.
Well, you're aware of the questions that we've asked.
Yes.
And the answers that we got.
We can aid that. We can definitely make sure that we have the security plans and answer your questions. But we can't wait until October 11th to have a meeting.
And we're not suggesting you do that. Suggestion from Mr. Bonaventure is that, take some time, one, to be as responsive as you can to issues that have been raised, and to see what accommodations you might be able to reach with the community. If you can't, you can't, and we recognize that too. That's a reality.
Can I ask the community a question here?
Sure.
Are you guys open for a meeting where we can have this kind of conversation, or?
I can't make that decision.
So is it
Go- no,
My name is Karen Mercer, and I am the pastor at Holy Nativity.
Come up to the microwave, please.
Is that MERCER?
MERCER? Yes. And I would be willing to have conversation. However, it needs to be noted that we had conversation before we ever got here. When it was told to us standing out in front of the property that was the plan, we raised our concerns then, and no one has come back to us and said, we need to talk about this, or this is what we plan to do, until we saw the notice go up. And it's important to note that that building dead ends right in front of our parish. And on Sunday mornings, it could be a very dangerous time for our community members to come into that parish with a lot of traffic, people standing around from the night before, or the trash or whatever, because like I said, it deads in right into our property. So that's a concern. And I have elderly members as well, and they have experienced what it was like previously.
And how long ago were we talking when we said?
So it was before I got there. It was it 10 years ago?
It's been- Hold on, ma'am. Any testimony has to come from the podium on the microphones. We can pick it up, and we need your name as well.
My name is Lucille Johnson.
Commissioner.
I've been there since 1980. When I first arrived, Ted and Dot owned the store. Fine. They had it together. After Ted and Dot left, the Koreans took over. They had it under control for a second. They had, the fear came in, so they was trafficking in and out of the stores. The Koreans decided to let somebody else besides them take over. But before, it was no control. No control. Everything, you couldn't get in the store for the drug traffickers, whatever, because they would not move.
Okay, let me fast forward again, or reverse, or rewind back to, my question was, the amount of time, this place has been vacant for how long?
About 10 years.
10 years. Okay. So in that 10-year period, let me just ask this, in the 10-year period, at that location, Has it been more safe or less safe than when it was operating as a store 10
It's
years ago?
safer being closed. Because I took them off the corner. They're on the other corners.
Okay,
And they can't wait till they come in because they go show up there.
all right.
No, they're not.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. So the question's back to you, Mr. Pratt, whether or not,
After hearing the response, I don't think much is going to change. I mean, I think that parking is always going to be an issue for the church, and I think that the want is always going to be that, let's see what the home values would do. So waiting, I think, will be a waste of our time.
okay,
We conveniently made our store hours close at 8 early, not 10 o'clock, 8. So we're doing all we can to mitigate crime and risk for the community. It just seems as if they want no business at all going on in that building. We already made the investment.
hold on, whoever's phone's going off, could you silence that, please? All right, sir, hold on one second. I'm going to take you out of order, but, we go appellant, opposition, appellant. We had some other questions, but if there's, you've been here, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak. But if you do, you have to come to the microphone.
Okay.
You may do so. State your name.
My name is Welford Monroe.
At the microphone, sir.
My name is Welford Monroe. I'm a longtime resident of the Park Heights community, particularly in that area.
Yes, sir.
And it's not true what the gentleman is saying. We don't have an issue with any business being there. It's just that we've had the experience of the last business that's been there. They can put anything they want to put in there except a corner store. Corner stores in our community, in my community, is a death sentence. The young people gravitate to it. The drug dealers, they feed the young people.
And you've seen that with every
I've
other
seen
corner,
that.
hold on, with every other corner store
Yes.
in the neighborhood.
Yes.
This corner go.
Ma'am?
Yes. And I mean, when they initially came there, they just moved in the building and started doing their renovations. No one came to the community to talk to us about anything. When we found out about the store, it was because they posted they were going to have a hearing down here. So it's not like we're against them. And we're not trying to stop them from making an income. It's just the corner store. They can put anything in there besides a corner store. Corner stores in my community, they just don't work.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This has to be on the record, I guess, since we're live. For the benefit of figuring out exactly what's going on in the community, if we all get some statistics like we do from the police department, which tells us what area it is, how widespread it is, you know.
I live on this corner.
You do?
Yeah, I live on Park Heights Terrace. So I'm familiar with the neighborhood and the activity. So I know it's truth from fiction. So I don't need the stats. Yeah.
I couldn't hear what you said.
What I suggested is sometimes we do get from the police department directly statistics on issues, violence, the level of that, just for the benefit of having it in the record. We got plenty of testimony. He's saying he lives in the community, so he knows. That's not testimony.
I can tell you based on what I've heard. First, they've been very compelling. Right, testimony. And without us.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Without the proposed sit down with the community association, without a legitimate security plan, if those things don't happen, I'm a no vote.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pratt, where we left off and where we started the next series of discussions was whether or not you were interested in a postponement to either find some more information, get a more secure or formulated security plan, talk to the community. If you're willing to go forward, we'll go forward and resolve this hearing today. If you want to come back, with some additional, for the opportunity to get some additional information to provide to us. Given the discussion has taken place, we're willing to entertain that. So what would you like to do?
So after hearing the last gentleman's testimony, it seems as if that the pain really here is that the conversation hasn't been had. So we'll take the conversation, propose a plan, and come back with hopes to have a greater consensus.
Right, very well. We'll postpone the matter, and you contact BMZA office when you're ready to come back and be heard, okay?
Question,
Sir?
please, ma'am.
Of whom?
Question of the corner store.
Well, you can talk offline.
No. So actually for this board, actually.
Yes, sir.
So do I need to come back over here?
Yes.
Okay. So my question would be, even though we are postponing it to continue the conversation, however, our reality sits as whatever the conversation is, the zoning for a convenience store is off the table with us. In addition, is there a way to get the location, I don't know how else to say it, but get it in a way that it cannot be used for a convenience store at any time? That's the question.
For us.
That would be a question for your city council person. They would have to change the law.
Gotcha.
Either the zoning for this property or the definition of the uses, but yeah, that would have to be something that your city council person would change, not the board.
Understood, thank you.
All right, thank you. So formally, we will, do you agree with Mr. Pratt, postpone the matter pending whatever additional information you come back with, and we'll have you on the docket as soon as you're able to be back.
All right, we thank the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Look at your phone. Look at your phone.
Before we get to the next matter, I'm gonna need about 3 minutes. We can do that, and I'll keep it to 3.
All right, so we're off the record for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the phone number. Make sure I have it. We have, I don't know how many minutes. Yeah, we've got 5 more. We don't have too many. I think you'll be okay. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that.
I'll just remind you that's okay.
Yeah.
If you look at a variance, it's as high and as short as low. When you look at variance. So it's very different case law constraints that we have.
It's an open spot that you can legitimately come into.
Sundown's a job.
I think I hate to say this, like 20 years.
Really?
Yeah.
How, from when?
It's been, I'm a banking lawyer, that's what I do, it's my practice.
Okay, okay.
And Dave was gonna buy a bank 20 years ago, I was representing.
Oh, when it was on Woodridge, okay,
Yeah.
service. What's it, Brookridge?
He and his buddy, Ev.
Yeah. That's
Another city college guy.
another city college guy. What's wrong with us? You can't get rid of us.
Hey, Dave's a good guy, I like Dave a lot. I said, tell him, I don't think he knows I do this, tell him it's all right.
Okay, I will.
We were talking about plans for the inner harbor, which I think he's the right guy.
You work with that?
Yeah, I'm on that project.
All right.
It's, you can't get it wrong.
That's a really,
You can't get that wrong, right? A lot of rides on that.
What is your, which kids do you work with?
What do you about these kids?
Okay.
Put them in the workforce development.
I mean,
And at some point, they have to make a choice. But we'll give you all the options. You have to make a choice, but listen, make that choice.
I think it'll make more sense if we do the case so that we have it during the case, but yeah.
But the perception is the average 16 from Newington lots disposable income.
It's been 3 months.
And then the board did it last week.
Okay.
They said they don't want to go down Pratt Street. Pratt Street's off 83 anymore because they want to stop there. Right? So it's like,
Control over anything and stuff.
how do you make everybody happy, right? Because these kids could easily be, they come from communities where they could be celebrated, right? And so I see that as, that's at least something I can work with you. I said, listen, you think this is an honest way to work with kids? Well, it's not another question, but you think that this is better than the other option. But there's construction trades, electrical trades, all the work that's going on in the project. I think we can help them if they want it.
But I mean, trades are common.
How do we make it's just too easy to see. Like, it's
like this group has done
so that's going to be for the next 18 months while we're going with entitlements.
Yeah.
We'll have enough time to figure out how do we get those into the pipeline, and also in the interim, get some more people in the pavilions, get some more some retail there, or something. There's nothing to do anymore.
We were talking, we went to the Center Club, my office is in the Philadelphia Center Club. And I said, me and I'm gonna get 90% of my partners haven't been in Harbor places. Why would I go to
Take a client away.
it's amazing just how that new section of Rashfield Park has drawn people.
Yes.
So if you, we've been down there a couple of times. So if you've got something for people to go to, they'll do that.
And the communities are growing, right? Federal Hill's growing, downtown Baltimore is a fastest growing city. There's people, give them stuff to do.
Have you done any work with living classrooms?
I have not. Not since I was in high school.
I was vice president there for like 17 years. And I don't know what they're doing now, but I know, like the Fresh Start program, they had kids come out of detention and learning trades and stuff. So you might want to try to connect with something like that. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing anymore either. I used to be on that board.
Oh, really? Yeah. All the boards.
Somebody's got it done.
I'm just gonna round up Frank.
What do we have next, boss?
Got 316 next. 16, 61.
Yeah, okay, Franklin. What happened to 2022-309?
Oh, that was the karaoke. Yeah, I haven't done,
Don't know yet. I'm trying to get a hold of a hearing officer. It's not going well. Yes, sir.
Okay, we are back on the record. Thank you for your patience again.
Okay, so we're calling the case of 2022-316, 1616 West Franklin Street. Shay Bennett is the appellant. This is a request to use the premises as a two-dwelling unit. Are you Mr. Bennett?
Yes, sir. Shay Bennett.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll hear from staff and planning, please.
Okay, so the project, from what we can see from the application, is to convert a single-family dwelling to a multifamily dwelling with 2 dwelling units. According to our information, it was used as a single-family dwelling. That's its last legal use. And therefore, the board cannot convert it to a multifamily dwelling. I don't know if Mr. French has the zoning district handy, but it may be possible to do. It's R8, so that could be done through a city council ordinance, but not by the board. So I'll let Mr. French give his report.
All right. The planning department notes that this property is in the Harlem Park 2 urban renewal plan area. That urban renewal plan does not prevent authorization of the proposed use of the property. However, the department was not able to discover any record that showed there was a previous authorized multifamily use of the property, that the last authorized use was single family, and therefore, as your staff has indicated, this would require approval by ordinance rather than being within the jurisdiction of the board. So on that basis, the department officially has no comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bennett.
Good afternoon, everybody. This had scared me half to death today, watching all of this. I'm sorry. I said, oh my God. But so essentially, this property, me and my wife purchased it through one house at a time. Yes. And our goal was to take the property's been vacant for about 26 plus years. Mm-hmm. There was a kitchen on the second floor, which had fell in the back of the house. There's a kitchen on the main floor. And what we're trying to do is purchase the property, which we've already done, and renovate the property for family members. So what we're trying to do is basically keep money within our family, and we want to, we purchased the property 1503 East North Avenue. We renovated the property after about 2.5 years in cash with me and my wife's money, and we moved in to Baltimore City. We're trying to do the same thing with this property. I've got about 6 or 7 sisters, and we're trying to move 2 family members in, one up top, one bottom. They're college students. They may pay, they may not. I want to have the ability to get rid of one of them and replace them with somebody else if we have to, as a precaution. Because I did see the kitchen on the second floor the back of the house fell in. Also, the property right next to it, I reached out to the city trying to purchase that property also. My brother right now is a trucker and he doesn't have a place to live. So what we're trying to do is pool money amongst family so that we can actually renovate properties and give places for family members to have to stay and keep money within the family. So if someone has some kind of issue going on and they need money for college or childcare, whatever, we keep the money within the family with that rent and recycle it inside the family. So that's what we're trying to do, pool the money. So one of the challenges of not being able to renovate the property, and one of the unique challenges is because of our religious beliefs, we don't use interest-based loans. And to try to get a grant funding for something that's $115,000, $120,000 is very, very difficult. So what we're doing right now as family members is pooling money together, 6 or 7 different family members, to put money together in one pot, begin a renovation process, and then we move through different phases. I did get a permit on the property for demolition. I do demolition with my cousin and brother. And we go in, we actually would demolition an entire house, top to bottom, while still working a full-time job. So our goal is to renovate the property, move family members in. If we have to rotate family out, we want people to have the responsibility to pay their rent, but then it goes back into the pool with the family, and we recycle that money across family. So,
well, and that's admirable, and that's, I applaud you and your family for doing, what it is you're doing.
Sure.
Sometimes the code gets in the way of doing exactly what you want to do. And so here, the request is for a 2-dwelling unit. Certainly, you would have the ability to renovate it for a single-family home. Maybe you could find 2 family members that wish to live together and live in the home and split costs. But we are precluded as a board, given the zoning location here because it doesn't allow conversions from single-family to multifamily. The formal request is a two-dwelling unit.
Two-dwelling unit.
So the board's not permitted to grant that relief in the zone where it's located.
Right, so again, the city council person could introduce an ordinance on your behalf, so they could approve a two-dwelling unit. But from our records, we have a zoning card from 1961, it says one dwelling unit. And then our electronic files say one dwelling unit. It sounds like, based on what you found in the property, that it may have illegally been converted to two dwelling units, which happens all the time. But that doesn't allow the board to legally now say you have you can have two dwelling units. So again, I think, what the chair just said, you can renovate it and use it as a single-family dwelling, and up to 4 people can live there who are unrelated to each other. Or you can ask your city council person for an ordinance. I don't know. I'm always asking Mr. French about these. Do you know off the top which councilmanic district this is in? I don't either, but we could help you find out that information later if you want to reach out to your city council
So there's
person.
no way possible for any kind of
No, so
board type of
There's no
release?
discretion that we could exercise. We're just without authority.
Councilman Bullock.
No problem.
Councilman
Bullock.
Bullock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, we wish you well, but it's just not, I'd love to give you the relief.
Yeah, just trying to get sisters to share a kitchen.
Yeah, recognizing that can be difficult.
I understand.
I mean, another thing is that you can have 2 kitchens in a single-family dwelling.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought
throwing
you
that out there.
couldn't without having permit code or something like that, so.
No, I'm pretty sure you can have 2, but it would just have to be one dwelling, and not be separated out, but
So
anyway.
I would explore that.
Sure,
you know,
sure, absolutely.
What the features of a single-family home could be that might otherwise accommodate what it is you're trying to do.
Okay.
Without it being formally a two-dwelling unit, because that's the relief we cannot give you.
Okay, unless I went through the councilman.
Right. So which another way probably would be faster. if you could find a way to, again, have the features that people wouldn't be over top of one another, but nevertheless, it's still formally and legally a single-family home.
No worries. All right, no problem. All right.
Wish you well, sir. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
No. You have to have a formal vote.
Nope.
All right. Calling case number 2022-318, 3403 Edmonton Avenue, Jamal Nasser. Request to use the ground floor as a convenience store. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, correct. Good afternoon.
Are you Mr. Nasser?
Jamal Nasser, yes.
Okay. I don't believe I had the gentleman sworn, but you could swear the witness?
Yes, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the statements made in response to given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Staff and planning reports, please.
So this is similar in some ways to the previous case that we had. This is to use the first floor as a convenience store, neighborhood commercial establishment, and specifically the neighborhood commercial use being requested is retail sales, no alcoholic beverages. And the reason that this is on the contested docket is that there was a letter of opposition from Councilman Burnett. I'm not sure if it's in your packet or not.
I don't have it.
Okay, I'm happy to read it into the, let me just read the relevant part into the file so that you have the information. So Council Member Burnett is opposed mostly because, okay, so there are lots of other, or I'll say several other convenience stores in the immediate area, including one directly next door. So this property is 3403 Edmondson. There's an existing liquor and packaged goods store located at 3401 next door. Similar argument, proximity to other convenience and liquor packaged goods stores in the surrounding area, and then he lists about 10 or 11 of them within less than a mile. And then he has listed concerns about nuisance issues, drug trafficking, violence in close proximity to this location. This is also along the route that children walk to go to elementary school. And he said there are 2 community associations in opposition, Allendale Community Association and Edgewood. Community Association. I don't think we've received anything from those two organizations or from anybody else as individuals. I think this is the only letter we have in opposition. And that's it.
Okay. Planning Department officially has no comment on this application, but does note that it would be useful if the applicant and the surrounding communities did have some agreements on conditions for operation of this proposed use. Thank you.
Is there anyone here in opposition?
Yeah. Mr. Nasser, have you spoken with anyone in the community regarding your proposed operation?
No, I have my phone number and everything. Nobody, talked to me about that. I go every day over there. And
Well, it's not likely that they're going to come to you. You may, I think there's some public ways you can find out the information as to what communities are in the area. Because, in the course of a hearing like this, it's pretty strong feeling when the council person issues a letter based on what he or she sees in their neighborhood and their jurisdiction and sort of looking out for their particular citizens. If you were here for the earlier matter, you know that some of the things we are pretty concerned about is the history of the area, level of violence that may be taking place in the area. It is, I think, frankly, rare for two liquor. Do you intend to have a liquor license?
No.
Just convenience store.
No,
packaged
it's convenience. Some produce, fresh produce, and some fresh vegetables. Most concerned about it. So the area don't have this. I just check it off.
Mr. French, can your community planner provide him with the names of, or the contacts for the two community associations?
I'm certain he could, yeah. I believe this is in the Southwest Planning District, and that would be Kyle Leggs, who would be the community planner. Yes, he certainly could.
Okay.
And Mr. Nasser, and I'm not directing you to do this. It's just the information that we take into account so that we can do the analysis that we need to do regarding impact on the community, a number of other things. I recognize that nobody else is here, but again, it doesn't go unnoticed that we have a letter from the council person and stating reasons as to why this would not be a good idea for the community. Would you like to take advantage of an opportunity to try to reach out to some folks or even the council person's office?
Sure.
To talk about, and then come back to us, and we'll have a fuller record, and we can get the benefit of whatever communications that you've had and whatever agreements or accommodations you've been able to reach, which I think would be helpful to your application.
Okay.
All right?
Fine.
Okay. So we'll postpone this matter and put it on the docket when Mr. Nasser, you can feel free to contact PMZA office when you believe that you've done all you can or it's sufficient time for you to come back to try to move it forward. Okay?
All
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Wow. Very accommodating. Very agreeable. Agreeable. Accommodating. Appreciate that. Calling case number 2022-325, 3818 Roland Avenue. AP Associates is the appellant. And this is a request to use the premises as 8 dwelling units, variance required for off-street parking. Is that correct, Mr. Berry?
That's correct.
All right, sir. Do we have someone here for opposition? Come on up,
Councilmember Ramos, yeah.
Councilwoman.
Can I get your name, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Alfred Barry, B-A-R-R-Y.
Thank you.
And we have Council Person Odette Ramos here as well. So could we swear the witnesses for all who will be testifying?
Yes, when you testify, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the statements made and responses given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can we have staff and planning reports, please?
Okay, so 2 variances are being requested. One is a minimum lot area variance. So 12,000 square feet is required. 6,125 square feet exists on this lot. So it's a 5,875 square foot variance. And then off-street parking, 8 spaces are required for these 8 dwelling units. 3 spaces are being provided. So it is a 5-space variance being requested. There is significant community opposition in writing from the neighbors. I think you do not have that in your packet because it came in rather late. And we put together the packets late in the week before. So most of the community opposition, if not probably all of it, is related to the parking, which we heard about in the previous case on this property that was that you all heard several months ago. So it's relating to parking along this part of Roland Avenue in the neighborhood, which I'm sure we will hear more about from both sides.
Planning Department has no official comment on this particular application. However, we would like to note that the property may become subject to a bill which would place it on the city's landmark list, and that bill may be considered by the Planning Commission at one of its future meetings. I do not know the exact status of when that bill might be scheduled for hearing by the Planning Commission, just for your information. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can tell them that.
Mr. Berry?
Good afternoon. I'll try to be as concise and simple as we can make it. Most of the board heard this before on May 10th. At that time, it was a proposal for 6 dwelling units and a beauty salon on the first floor in the basement. And the board approved the conversion of the building into 6 units with a requirement for 5 parking spaces in accordance with a plan that the Planning Department had prepared for showing those 5 spaces. Unfortunately, those 5 spaces, or some of the spaces, required access through a private property. It looked to be an alley, which is what planning we had assumed, but it turned out to be privately owned. So that discussions with that owner proved fruitless, so that requirement is meaningless in a sense. But the board did approve the conversion to 6 units. What we're here today is that by a 3-2 vote, the board had approved the idea of a beauty salon on the first floor in the basement, but by 3-2, it didn't have the supermajority needed to have the effect of approving the resolution. So we're here today to basically fill in the 2 spaces that were about 1,400 square feet, if not more, between the first floor and the second floor for 2 more apartments. So we're in effect swapping the beauty shop for 2 more apartments. So it'd be a total of 8 apartments. We have an existing garage, which has 3 spaces. So Ms. Witt points out we need a variance for 5 spaces. Or the board could put a condition, if you don't grant the variance, to give us some period of time to try to negotiate for additional parking, whatever that is. But I'll get into why I think the board should be approving the additional 2 units. Certainly, this is a unique property within that R6 zone and within that block. It's a very large, single-family detached building. Used to be a funeral home many years. It was an office for many years. It's had substantial additions. If you look at any of the pictures, that basically are proposed to be renovated into these 8 market rate apartments. The board found before it's unique. It's unique back in May. It's unique now. The property building size and the property size itself, I think, warrants consideration for the density variance in and of itself to fill in these empty spaces where the beauty shop is going to be. The other aspect of this is that when we met with the neighborhood, not since the May meeting, although Councilwoman Ramos and I have had discussions, there were several concerns by the community. One was parking, which you'll hear about. One was not having any retail in what was formerly a funeral home or office building, and that was in effect turned down by the board. The other comment we heard had to do with the exterior renovations that were proposed in May. And those propose adding onto the building and enclosing some very distinctive stair balconies and porches on the building, if they show up in your pictures. So in response to that, the councilwoman proposed that CHAP designate this as a city landmark. We had no knowledge of this frankly, nor did the owner until CHAP advised us of the request. However, my client here, Charlie Jones, has been cooperating with CHAP, has not been opposing the designation, working with the staff. We revised the plans to meet their guidelines. So this is an historic building. We're not fighting the designation. We think we ought to have some credit for that, frankly. Bring this building back to life. It's a vacant building. It's a very distinctive building. Filling it with apartments is something reasonable within the land use of the area. It's reasonable within the uniqueness of the property. There's no room on the property unless we tore some of it down. It's going to be a CHAP landmark, so that's probably not likely, to add additional parking space anyway. So we would think that the board has, in the past, recognized these types of neighborhoods in particular, they have a very high walkability score. If you go to the Baltimore website, has one of the highest walkability scores in the city. I think it's at 87, if I'm not mistaken. It's got a very high transit score, close to 70%. That's a very high score for some of the neighborhoods in the city. Neighborhoods like that are attracting people that don't have to have cars. And many of the residential developments that are built, market rate, new construction, are coming in with half the parking that they need and doing quite well not having parking, because this neighborhood is a terrific walkable neighborhood and has certainly access to much transit. We think that should be sufficient for you to approve these requests. We have the developer here, again, who's been working with CHAP, and if we have any questions, we're glad to hear what the neighborhood has to say. I think this is a case where, there are two adjacent parking lots on either side of this building. One is owned by a church down the street that actually owns the parking lot, which is rarely used. I mean, I go by there many times during the week. It's used Sundays for the most part. We've been unable to reach an agreement with the church because the pastor doesn't want to commit a long-term parking plan for 3 or 4 or 5 spaces. But we'd like to think if the board would approve this, maybe we could go back and certainly request that. The other property is the St. Mary's High Rise, which is any casual observation of that parking lot, although we've talked to them about leasing parking from them, any casual observation will show 15 to 20 spaces of that lot Sunday mornings, Saturday nights, are not used. Now, they're in the process of an ownership change, so they're unable to negotiate an agreement. We'd like to have the board first to approve the density, approve the variance for parking. If you can't approve the total variance for parking, and you put a number of spaces like you did the last time, we would have to then, before we get an occupancy permit or a building permit, show where we could find some of those spaces. But we think this merits a variance for parking in and of itself.
Mr. Berry, tell me about the unnecessary hardship. Just describe to me what you believe that is for this property.
Well, the unnecessary hardship is that you've got a building which was expanded substantially for a funeral home. And one has to, when one looks at putting number of units in it, you have several options, just from a market and building standpoint. You either put in smaller units, like 1-bedroom units, or studios, which leads to fewer people, or fewer larger units, 2 or 3-bedroom units. We think the unnecessary hardship is caused to some extent now because of the CHAP designation. We have to go through preserving a lot of the interior spaces of that building, which makes it even more, difficult, not impossible, but difficult to meet. So we think it's an important building. We think it's a distinctive building. The unnecessary hardship, in my opinion, would be caused if the board wouldn't allow an existing large building. It's 4,500 square feet in size. If you take the row houses in that same zoning district, they're like 1,400 square feet average. We're not I think cramming too many units into an existing building. It was basically a commercial building for many years.
Okay.
And for clarification, the chap, is it already designated as a chat?
No.
You guys
well,
went through the application process?
It is and it isn't. Now, let me explain the nuance of that. CHAP has a designation process that allows the commission, CHAP commission, to put notice that you have a temporary classification. And that's already been done. That was done in September.
And that temporary classification is because an application was put in?
The application was put in at the request of the councilwoman.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
the process is that it's not an indefinite life sentence.
Right, exactly.
So the council has 18 months, I believe, to pass a bill.
Right.
But but in the meantime, he couldn't come in for an alteration permit,
Right.
to paint it, to do anything.
So that's settled.
That is settled for the near term, essentially 18 months.
Okay.
And again, we're cooperating. We think that the community's interest we're meeting, 2 of the 3. We're not having retail. We're going to have a CHAP designation, although we didn't ask for it, we're not fighting it. And it'll give the community a much better looking building than certainly the original plan back in May.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the designation, is that CHAT or
CHAP, it's CHAP.
Okay, thank you.
Like a Commission for Historic and Architectural Preservation.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. In your report, you cite Article 32, Section 9701, R6 district, multifamily dwelling is prohibited. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, so that, that report was from, that's John's report. So I think what it used to be before it was offices was funeral home with 1 efficiency unit or something. And so I think he was basing his report on that and saying that it was a conversion based on that. But that's actually not the case, because after that funeral home with the 1 efficiency unit, the entire property was used for offices. So now it's going from a complete commercial use to multifamily directly, as opposed to subdividing some existing residential space, which would be a conversion. So that.
Whose report was this?
John, our zoning officer. So that is a mistake.
So, a question for you, Mr. Mary. But for the CHAP designation, which provides some limitations for what it is you can do now, would you still be asking for the 8 dwelling units, given that the prior vote?
We would ask for the 8 because we have floor plans now working with CHAP, but we've left those 2 spaces, a basement. The beauty shop is going to be on the first floor in the base and a portion of the basement, portion of the first floor, 1,400 square feet. We want to fill it up. We think having 2 small multifamily units filling that space is reasonable. Board already approved 6, 2 additional units. Is not something that's so drastic a change.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman.
Hi, good afternoon. I need my step stool.
All right.
I have one, actually. No, that's okay. Sure. My name is Odette Ramos. I'm the city councilwoman for District 14, in which this property lies. Just a couple of things first. I do want to thank the developer for not opposing the CHAP designation. The CHAP designation is important for the neighbors for 2 reasons. One is, it's a beautiful building, and the original proposal, they were going to expand and sort of change the facade, and it was important to preserve that. And secondly, it was back in the day, the house of a woman named Catherine Chambers. She was one of the first, if not the first, woman in Baltimore City to own property, and she was a dressmaker and very successful. So it's a very interesting history that we had discovered as well. And so the the applicant is correct that there was not, we were not able to get, and even though the residents were initially thought, well, maybe we can accommodate them with having parking on the church parking lot, the church pastor, the way that their operation works is that they really go year by year, and he did not want to commit a year by year commitment to the church, and nor did the neighbors want to risk having parking for a year for these residents and then have everybody on the street. Their concern, as many emails were sent to Ms. Witt, is really around parking, because it is Hamden where it is very busy. Parking is at a premium. There are also, there's a new development just up the way. It's not really new. It's rehab houses that were burned in a fire. So that those families will also be parking on the street. And so there's very limited street parking. We actually have asked DOT to do maybe angle parking and try to accommodate more spaces. It's not going to be possible because we had a whole design to try to address parking. So their concern is an additional 5 spaces would put a lot more parking pressure on the area, considering that there is no parking permits there, which is a different issue. And so obviously during busy times, particularly when it's very busy on the avenue, just 2 blocks away or 3 blocks away, it's very difficult to park there. Residents have been on Roland Avenue for a very long time and want to keep their parking spaces. So we're asking for your opposition to the variance for the parking. Didn't necessarily concentrate on the variance for the units because we understood that, we wanted to fill in that space. Certainly the residents would probably be interested if it was a 6-unit building to probably negotiate on the parking, but we hadn't gotten that far in the conversations. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the councilwoman?
Have there been any consideration to the fact that potential tenants could be transit users? And that would therefore
Yes,
that
but
would
we
be a parking
can't,
problem?
but we, Fair Housing wouldn't allow the landlord to say, we can only rent to you if you don't have a car.
Of course, but it's just as likely that somebody who would be a tenant there could also use transit. And so, is there any consideration given that maybe everybody here won't have a car? Or is you just saying that anecdotally, everyone we know who lives in the neighborhood has a car, so why would
Yeah,
it?
unfortunately, we're still dealing with a, not as great transit system that we would like. And so it's just not as easy for folks to get around as we know. It's entirely possible. There are more people riding their bikes. There's going to be a nice new bike. There's a bike lane there now, but we're going to get it nice and new. Looking on Roland Avenue very soon, which is why we can't have angle parking because we're going to have a bike lane. And so certainly that's a possibility for sure. Like I said, I think if we are able to have just 6 units and negotiate, we might be able to negotiate on parking, but we didn't get that far in the conversation. I think the neighbors were just focused on the parking issue with 5 additional spaces.
Okay. You mentioned that the meeting that was raised or the city council activity, October 13th?
Sure. So I'm sorry, I should have said that in the record. So the CHAP hearing there's 2 CHAP processes here. One was for the potential landmark designation, and that CHAP hearing has already passed, and they established this as a landmark for the next 6 months. And then I had introduced a bill recently that would allow for this to be a city landmark, and that CHAP hearing is on October 13th. Where considering that they already had designated it as a temporary landmark, then, looks pretty good. And then it will come before my committee on the city council for approval. And we did this recently in Coldstream Homestead, Montebello for 2670 Kennedy, and has been working out just fine, so.
Councilwoman, so you had mentioned that maybe the community would negotiate on the number of parking spaces if they lowered the density to 6 units. And Mr. Berry, you had said you had proposed that if the board approves it, we could approve it subject to you getting some additional parking. Have you all talked about these?
Well,
two
I will tell you
proposals?
honestly, when we were concentrating on the parking issue,
Mhm.
so I honestly hadn't thought about the variance that he needed for an additional 2 units.
Mhm.
So I take full responsibility for that. So that if he needed to come back to you for an additional 2 units. So that's just a different scenario. But I know that the residents, have said, well, why not just keep it 6 units? And I don't think that they'd be happy with a 3-unit variance, or a 3 parking space variance either. So my hopes are not high that could happen. It could be a possibility though.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions for the council person? No. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just, concerned about that parking pressure, on that street. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Barry.
Well, once again, my parking's always an issue in these neighborhoods. My experience doing this for many years is that neighborhoods that have the type of transit access, walkability, a few blocks above 36th Street, which everybody knows has been successful, a lot of services, a lot of jobs. Hopkins University is not too far from here. You've got bike riding, as was mentioned. My experience is that it's somewhat self-marketing. If it's so terrible to park there, the people that are going to be attracted to it for smaller units are not going to have as many cars, and that's being proven every development that's coming into the city. The one-to-one requirement is outdated and should be changed. Sure, we need a better transit system, absolutely, but the one we have serving this neighborhood is pretty good. And so I would argue that, and frankly, if you go from just 6 units, the units become much harder, become 2 and 3 bedroom units. And that's going to bring more people than a 1-bedroom for the most part. You can't guarantee that, but that's what's likely to happen. And you might need more cars. So we have 3 spaces. We're certainly willing to try to find more, but I would hope the board would consider the density increase and the variance for parking. If you can't consider the entire variance for parking, have a reasonable number, not 8 spaces we need, or 5 additional, so that we can work with the church again, and as well as the high-rise next door.
What would you say is a reasonable number?
Yeah.
I would say no more than half, so that what we're finding, and frankly, there's the Remington Row, which is, I would say, a comparable neighborhood. It's a new building. They have half the number of parking that was required, and they're not even full. So people that are going to those neighborhoods just don't have the cars that our generations did. So at the most, I would say, maybe 1 additional space. We have 3. If we had to find 1, we'll find that somewhere. It came up about residential permit parking, which has been discussed. We were at a meeting where it came up. That's up to the community at large. I've been through that with this neighborhood. Some people love it, some people don't like it. One aspect of that is if it was residential permit parking, this building would not be eligible for it. So that's something that, because it's of the number of units. So that's, again, a self-marketing situation. The neighbors get residential parking, but the owners and the tenants don't. We're not complaining about that. That's what the law says. I think this is a reasonable proposal. Again, we have 2 empty spaces, 1 in the basement, 1 on the first floor. That could become, I think, 2 600 to 700 square foot apartments. 1 bedroom, both 1 bedroom apartments.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Barry?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Not sure. Any additional information we could use? I think we just. Is there any different additional information that might be helpful here? I mean, I think they're just opposed.
Things pretty kind of dry. Parking.
I'm going to be a yes with conditional
additional spaces.
What'd you say, Frank?
Yeah, can you speak up so we can hear?
I'm favorable towards the proposal if we condition it upon additional spaces.
How many?
How practical is that in practice?
Well, the onus is on the owner at that point to find spaces. According, and a space as defined in the code, it can't be something you lease for 6 months.
Yeah, and the size and the, dimensions of
Yeah.
a legal parking space.
I think I would go with 2 spaces.
2 additional, for a total of 5, because he has 3.
I could agree with that.
I think I agree with that too. Okay. Well, we have to run the,
Sorry, could you say it again? What you just agreed to?
2 additional parking spaces as a condition.
Okay. And how
We gotta get to
how long do they have to have an agreement for?
Wasn't it defined in the code?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 years.
Yeah.
It's right in the code.
It's in the code. I mean, it's in the code. That's the,
Okay.
I don't know how we can get around that.
So it's a 20-year agreement for 2
Well, it's
parking spaces.
what I would phrase it, whatever the code
It's
provides.
required by the code.
Okay. So they're providing 3, we have the agreement for 2, so then it would be a variance. I can't do math at this point, for 3, right?
3.
Okay. All right. Is that unanimous?
Just so I'm clear, we're going to condition our approval upon them securing
2 additional spaces.
for 20 years.
Well, I guess if it's as
As the code defines the spot.
Yeah.
Sounds like a denial.
For a total of 5 spaces.
You know, the denial.
Yeah, they can't meet that.
I thought the testimony was that they weren't successful with securing.
I don't know how else we can, if you say it's conditioned upon a parking space, but we don't define that parking space as
Even
defined
one more
in the
would be for
code.
20 years.
Yeah. That's the definition of a parking space. And Martin, are you looking it up?
No.
No.
I saw you looking at something.
I can go get the code if you'd like me to bring it in.
No, that's okay.
It's across the line.
I trust his memory. I can also look it up real quick, but if that, we could just say as defined by the code, if that's what you want.
Might force them to find it somewhere else.
And there's distance requirements too.
There is a distance requirement too.
Yeah.
Gotta be close enough to get a real parking space for that location.
Do you know what the distance requirement is?
600 feet.
600 feet. He knows everything.
No, he doesn't. Just knows that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any way around not defining parking space as
Any conditioning
defined
of
in
a
the
parking
code.
space is gonna be for that time frame, no matter whether it's 1 or 2 or 3.
Right.
If we're gonna require parking, it's gotta meet the code.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just as defined by the code. Just as defined by the code.
If we don't define it, I think the code is a default definition we have to use.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's unanimous then?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we can move on then.
You gotta work something out. Calling case number. We'll figure it out. We'll find it somewhere. That's the point. We just gotta drive it to them. Calling case number 327, 5001 Benton Heights Avenue. Robin Moore, the appellant. It's a request to use the premises as a daycare center for 28 children.
Yes.
Okay, are you Miss Moore?
Yes, I am.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Sean Sullivan,
All right, sir.
Is that S-E-A-N or S-H-A-E?
S-H-A-U-N.
welcome. We swear the witnesses, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony of the perjury that the testimony you're about to give, the statements made and responses given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
We'll hear from staff and planning.
Okay, so it's a conditional use as a daycare center. The reason it's on the contested docket is that we had a couple letters of opposition relating to concerns about pickup and drop-off and retaining the residential character of the neighborhood. The letter of opposition also said that the applicant did not want to meet with the community or answer questions, I think, except through email. The city council member for this district also submitted a letter, that's Danielle McCrae in the 2nd District, in opposition, kind of restating what the Walterson Community Association's concerns were. And so it would probably be helpful for the board to hear about the number of staff on site, outdoor play areas, and pickup and drop-off zones for the proposed daycare center.
I don't see any letters of opposition from anyone.
They came in late. We need to figure out a way to make sure that all the letters come in a little bit earlier. So I can pull it up. I kind of just summarized it, but let me grab the letter really quick. Make sure I didn't miss anything important.
Did you hear that they refused to meet with the community association?
Okay, so this letter says, this is from the Walterson Improvement Association. When the community became aware of the change of use, a request was made to the applicant for a community meeting. The applicant responded denying our request for a meeting, was not open to request a postponement, and asked that any questions or concerns would instead be submitted by email. The surrounding community has no knowledge of the conditions for the operation of the business, days and hours, number of employees, management of traffic, and arrangements for drop-off and pickup of the children and infants. So the section of the street where the property is located is a narrow two-way street with parking permitted on one side. And this block is one of the only 2 blocks in the avenue that are not one-way or dead-end. It's used by all surrounding streets for ingress and egress to Bel Air Road, the primary access to the neighborhood. So they're talking about how this will impact access to and from homes in the neighborhood due to increased traffic, which is of major concern to the residents. Okay, that's
Who
it.
signed that?
This is from the Walterson Improvement Association.
Okay. Is there a signature on it?
Let's see. Helen Quinn,
Okay.
or
thank you.
Helene Quinn, maybe.
Gotcha.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that it is a request for having 28 children on site. The off-street parking requirement for a daycare center is 1 parking space per 4 employees on peak shift. The department therefore basically calculated that for up to 4 employees to handle 28 children, they needed to provide 1 parking space, which could be provided in the rear yard of this property. There was an alley behind the property that would allow access. On the issue of drop-off and pickup of children, the department is concerned that there is not currently a place on the property where that could happen, and therefore it needs to happen on the street. The applicant is therefore encouraged to contact the Parking Authority of Baltimore City about possible designation of a passenger loading zone in front of the property. The department recommends approval of the application, subject to the condition that the applicant contact the Parking Authority of Baltimore City about possible designation of a passenger loading zone in front of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friend.
Drawings or anything, location?
I'm looking.
Well, I've got
One second
this.
now, I'm looking for,
Is
do
it? I didn't show it.
you have drawings in your file, Ms. Witt? Oh, wait a minute. There's this.
That's the building.
I guess the layout. It's not these plans.
I have a number of paper drawings if you want.
All right, you might want to just grab them if you have them, so we can.
I wanted the context of the neighborhood.
Can we let her proceed while we look?
Sure.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So I believe she said the young lady name was Miss Quinn.
She did email me maybe about a week and a half ago. And I never denied meeting with her.
No, I've got that.
She told me in the email that she had took it upon herself to postpone the hearing for today. And because she wanted to meet with me. So she wanted to do in person or virtual. So I told her that I would be more than willing to answer any of her questions via email. She never addressed what her issues was because she did not respond to my email. So my request is to, I understand that she has an issue with the parking. At the location, there's a 2-car garage, and the plan is to have the driveway on the right side of the building if you're facing the street. I also had plans to not have the parents get out of the car. So on this block, there's one whole block of parking on the street. It's only 2 houses on that street, my location and the young lady that lives next door to my location. There's no cars ever parked there. As I said, I will be parked in the garage. There will be a driveway on the right side of the building, and my staff will pick up children from the car and take the children to the car so parents will not have to get out of the car.
So the cars will be idling in the street?
The cars will be parked. There's a part that the whole side of the street where my building is parking spots, nothing but parking spots. So from one stop sign to the other stop sign is a city block. If I had to guess, I would say that there could be maybe 6 cars parked there at one time.
Do you intend for all of the 28 children to come in and leave at the same time?
I don't.
How is that going to be arranged?
I don't, you said, do I intend on all of the children
Well,
coming at one time?
Do you have a plan for staggering the departure of your children? For example, if you have 28 kids,
Yes.
say you have 28 families that are picking their kids up.
At one time?
Yes,
Oh, okay, that's your question.
that's my question.
No, I never, I've been a child care provider for 26 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've never had all of my students come at one time. That, not to say that that would never happen.
Well, that's why I'm asking. You mentioned that there's probably space for maybe 6 cars parked along your street, but you have 28, assuming you have 28 students or daycare participants, and everybody's let out, at the same time, there may be some backing up on the street in front of your house. Seems like that would be reasonable.
It
to
could be
expect.
possible, yes.
Yes, staff question.
Yes.
Do we have any aerial photo or whatever that will show this building within the context of the neighborhood?
I think Martin has one. I don't know if
What I
it's very
have
good.
Doesn't help me at all. Do they have these on the
No.
computer? So where does she have the parking and the drop off?
She's saying on her side of the street, you have 6 cars here. Is Benton Heights a single lane or 2-lane? Is it single lane each way, or is there 2 lanes?
It's 2 lane.
But it's a one-way street.
It's a one-way street.
Yeah, it's wide enough to have 2-way, but it's a one-way street.
Okay.
So there's
And
enough
it's-
enough room for parking and one lane of traffic.
Yes.
Yes, it would be, yes, exactly.
So there'd only be 6 spaces to accommodate this?
She's got 28 kids. She's saying that she could put at least 6 they could park and drop them off. They can bring the kids out to the back.
That means 22 more.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Okay. Again, how many staff do you intend to have?
I will have, it is
Four by code anyways.
And where will the staff park?
The staff will have, there's a two-car garage. There will be a driveway on the right side of the house as well.
So with, how many kids you gonna have?
28.
I'm trying to piece this back together again, because I didn't have this. So you can provide 6 drop-off spots or parking spots in front of your location?
The way I see it is, the road's probably, I don't know, it's a good football field long, and it's a one-way right there, and there's one house on the corner, and then Mrs. Moore's, property, and then there's another house up on the other side of the corner, but that faces, I don't know, whatever that cross street is there. So there's only one house besides hers that's on, Benton Heights.
That's in
So-
Crestmont?
Yeah, and so I just see, that they would just be pulling up, dropping off, and then going.
But only 6 cars at a time?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say that, you could say, it
No,
could be,
I
it could be
I
more
don't
or
wanna say
less.
anything. I
It
want
could
you
be
to
more
say
or
it.
less.
So you're gonna have cars probably stacking in front of this house on
I would say
Chestnut?
that they would be stacking, yes.
So you'll have cars in front of the house on Chestnut and cars on the, whatever that other side that house is?
It'd just be on the Benton Heights Road.
Well, yeah, but there's 2 houses on Benton Heights, other than the one that.
No, it's just one is,
Well,
just
the
2
side,
inside.
the side of this one's on Benton Heights.
no, it's just 2,
That's the corner house, Bill, that's not this.
But it's on a different street.
yeah.
It's just the side of that house is on Benton Heights.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but the front is on the other street.
But I don't care whether it's front or back or the middle.
Yeah.
It's, there'll be parking in front of that, on the side of
inside
that
the
house.
yeah.
There'll be parking in front of this house and in front of the proposed daycare center.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you can pull the whole,
The daycare center's in the middle of the block.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have you, and there's no parking study, anything done for this community?
No.
Mr. French, you want to add something here?
Couple things. One is, I believe the comment was there will be a driveway. So my first reaction was, does that mean there is not currently a driveway? That's a question you would need to
Are
explore.
you talking about for staff parking?
For any parking, for off-street parking.
Off-street parking.
The second thing is,
Because what was said was there's a 2-car garage and the driveway.
For staff parking?
right,
And the question is
is the
there a
driveway already
now?
there or not? Which leads to, is there a curb cut already there?
That was
And if
gonna be
there's
my
no curb
question.
cut already there, then there's an issue with getting the Department of Transportation to authorize a curb cut.
I don't see a curb cut.
And we've had that before in other appeals in front of this board. The second issue is the property only measures 58 feet wide. So the possibility of a passenger loading zone extending beyond 58 feet, which is the equivalent of 3 car lengths, is going to require cooperation from other property owners on the same street who'd be willing to, not park their cars in front of their houses during the times that the passenger loading zone was in effect, which then leads us, of course, back to days and hours of operation. And when would the need be for the passenger loading zone so that there would not be traffic stopped on Benton Heights waiting for other people to get in and out? That's
what
all.
I was trying to.
It might help her to give us more information.
Yeah, ma'am, I was going to suggest, you're hearing the difficulty we're having. Does it make sense for you to come back to us with a plan for parking? Because as you can tell, we're a lot going into our discussion.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, well, we'll give you the opportunity to address some parking issues and come back and let us know. And I'll tell you that's why I asked the question. If there was, any kind of modified plan for, morning time or then the dismissal time, I can understand, a staggering plan and staggered dismissal, then you're less likely to back up traffic. But your presentation today, so far, is telling us that, yeah, it's reasonable to assume we're going to have some stacking in the street, which is problematic without a drop-off zone. And so we're happy to grant you a postponement so you can address that issue and bring some information back to us that we can consider.
Okay.
Would you like to do that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very well.
So it was always understood that there was gonna need to be a drop-off area. And if, let's say that, we came up with some proposal to we're cutting into the yard, has anybody ever done that in Baltimore to cut in with to cut in and we're going? Yeah.
It could be done. You're
Yeah.
going to talk to the Department of Transportation
Okay,
about that.
all right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want that?
You may have
Sure,
that.
you're very welcome to.
No, you can have
Yeah, you
it.
can have, yeah, we don't need them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that's postponed. Okay, call in case of 2022-328, 780 West Hamburg Street, Donnie Ancree. It's the appellant. This matter addresses a height variance to construct an addition atop of an existing detached garage.
Give a copy to the appellant.
I will.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, let's get the party sworn, please.
Back, anybody who may testify to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the same and responsibility will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes. Okay, reports from planning and staff.
Okay, so this is to construct a second level addition on top of an existing detached garage. 2 variances, accessory structure height 15 feet is allowed by right, 20 feet is proposed, so it'd be a 5-foot variance, and rear yard setback 25 feet is required. 0 is proposed, so it'd be a full 25-foot variance requested.
The Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French. Okay. And who do we have here today?
Dylan Donraj. That's DYLANDHANRAJ. I live on the property. I'm representing the owner, Ms. DeCidi. We just want to start in saying there are already existing similar structures in our neighborhood that I think set a precedent that this addition will be unusual. Our intention is to build a high-quality, aesthetically attractive structure that will add the appearance of the neighborhood. The proposed added 5 feet height will not obstruct anyone's views. All neighbors have rooftop decks or do not have any porches on the front area that face our building. The refurbishment of this garage structure will maintain a barrier of privacy and safety between the properties on either side of our driveway. We've had problems with individuals entering the existing structure illegally. Tearing down this garage would leave the area unprotected and would require building additional fencing, which is less secure than the proposed refurbishment of the already existing concrete walls. The additional 5 feet height will allow us to add a unit above the garage. We are all living there right now are students or low-income people, and Ms. DeCidi's intention is to add this addition to give affordable living space to people that are kind of like in the same situations as we are. If this were to be built on the ground instead of being on top, the space would eliminate all street parking for the building, off-street parking for the building. The refurbishment of the garage would actually allow for 3 off-street parking spots to be added, which actually adds to the neighborhood because street parking is already pretty scarce where we are next to the stadiums.
Where would the additional 3 parking spaces be?
So there's a garage. You can pull in through to like a parking pad in between this structure and where the garage is.
Okay.
Between the street and the garage that we see here?
Well, where the house is and where the garage is, there's space in between the two. We're hoping to bring cars in there and underneath of the garage too.
How do you get them in there?
It's a street on the back.
The space between the house and the garage is of about 27 feet deep.
Can you say your name, sir?
My name is Gabriel Versiani Mafra, Gabriel. Versiani,Versiani.
Do you have an aerial photograph or something to show us what the heck you're talking about?
I do not.
I have plans here.
And you are?
On my phone. My name is Gabriel.
You're the owner?
No, I represent for Donnie Ancree Architects, responsible for the project.
Oh, and you don't have an aerial?
I don't have the drawings on me. So.
Well, that's not very helpful to us, I gotta tell you.
I apologize.
I mean, I really don't know what you're talking about because I don't have any documentation.
Well, if I can try to explain, there's a back street.
No, you explained it. I can see this drawing that you provided or somebody provided, but that's not helpful at all.
There are no variance drawings among you at all. I'm asking a question.
You're asking another question.
Anyone?
They have the variance drawings that were submitted as part of the application, but they don't have, I don't think, an aerial shot of what you're talking about.
Existing. Oh, okay.
The garage that you can see in that picture opens, right? There's a front and a back. You can go through it to a parking pad that's...
Not what I'm looking at. It looks like it's boarded up to me.
Right, but I'm saying after refurbishments, you can. Right now it's boarded up because there are people illegally dumping in there, people coming in there messing with like the structure. It's unsafe. We didn't want to have people go in there at the moment. After the refurbishment, you can go through where the boarded up is and end up on a parking pad behind that.
And then to leave, you continue forward?
You go
on
back
Every
out
Street?
the garage.
Oh,
The
so,
forward is where the house is after that.
okay.
So is this, educate me a little bit, is this a single-family home at this point?
We have 4 people living there right now, 3 bedrooms.
But it's a single-family home, it's not separate units.
Oh, no, yeah, single family home.
Now, you're going to convert this from a single-family to a two-family.
We're going to add a carriage home on top of the garage at the back.
That's a two-family.
Then yes.
It would be considered an accessory dwelling unit.
An accessory dwelling unit?
Yeah.
That's a no on me.
I was going to say, I'm looking at our staff here about accessory dwelling unit. I've heard of accessory uses to dwelling units.
Right, so something, Martin and I think, have different perspectives on this. So the board has approved something similar and created essentially 2 separate single-family dwellings on the same lot. Because multifamily dwelling, if you all remember, this was the Hamden case, I think, now I can't remember the address, but it was just from a few weeks ago.
840 West 33rd.
840 West 33rd.
Can close his eyes.
I know. So the board approved basically a second dwelling, separate and not contiguous with the existing dwelling. So that, under the definition of multifamily dwelling, it's talking about a building having multiple dwellings within one building. So the fact that they're 2 separate buildings, the board approved it in a previous case. So it wouldn't be considered, it was,
At the last hearing?
no, it was not at the last hearing. Yeah, it was,
2 years ago?
no,
2 hearings.
2 hearings ago.
That's why I should be on mic.
It was
when I
in
say
the
things.
past month,
The board,
in August.
the board heard an argument. The traditional approach the planning department had always taken was the determination of whether a property's use was multifamily or not was based upon the property, the real estate, the ground. The argument was made successfully to the board that taking a single-family house that was already on the property and a separate building, which was a garage that was going to be actually demolished and rebuilt as a 2-story dwelling unit, was 2 separate single-family dwellings on a property, and that would be allowed. And the board agreed.
As long as, I guess, the carriage house, that's what we're talking about, it's not attached to the main building?
Exactly. They had to be physically separate structures.
Okay.
So
And they are, yeah.
Separate structure.
my
Yes, sir.
understanding is, I don't know if that decision has resulted in a written resolution that's being formally adopted by this board yet. So I just let you know.
No, it was
We're
one of the ones that we were going to adopt today, but there was not a quorum to do that.
So Martin, so you're telling me, I think, that, for instance, Arcadia or Laurelville, you could build a separate structure, house, on the same lot, and that would be permitted?
In R5 through R10 zoning districts, R1 through R4 in the zoning code are prohibited from having more than 1 dwelling unit on a property, on a lot. But the other zoning districts, R5 through R10, do allow multifamily, and they also can be interpreted to allow, because that specific prohibition in R1 to R4 does not apply to any other zoning districts, allow more than one single-family dwelling unit structure on a piece of real estate.
What zone are we in here? What zoning district?
R8.
8.
Does the code have any definition for ADU? Or is that?
No, not at this time.
Yeah, okay.
Mayfield?
What would Bayfield and Arcadia be zoned?
I'd have to go look at the map, sir. I'm sorry. It could be R3, it could be R4, it could be R5, and it would matter a lot whether it's R3 or R4
Yeah.
versus R5.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. If you're,
I think, yeah, I think we're done.
You're done?
Yeah.
Yeah, questions for the gentleman? All right. Sir?
Okay, I'm James Moore. I'm James Moore. I live at 782 West Hamburg Street on the left-hand side. The young lady lives on the right-hand side of this particular property. Okay, so as a group in the neighborhood, we had the petitions. We don't want any changes to the outside structures or anything like that unless it was built like that. The place they talking about was built in the 1900s. It's a carriage, it's a garage. It's only been a garage and it's only on one lot. It has a separate address that next to them after me. Okay, so we don't want any more. As far as obstructions, when they build that structure, my house has a garage, has a driveway right there. It will block all of my sun from coming into my area. My bedroom is right there, and there's a 4-foot balcony right there. So that's going to obstruct my personal view of anything that I see on the left and make it dark back there. When they put up an extraordinarily large building, if they're going over the variance of 15 feet. Number one, I'm an electrician, and they're within 10 feet of a pole in front, which services her house and which services my house. There's nothing about moving the pole out the way, because how you gonna construct within 10 feet of a pole? You can't, because of the technical wires. You can't go up unless you move the wires. The wires already, I couldn't have all the pictures, but the wires are already about 5 or 6 feet or so, well, maybe about 8 feet above the structure of their building. So, there's no consideration for that, for us, terminating electrical power for maybe a month or 2 months while they build. They haven't came to us on either side or anything, and as far as parking, how are you gonna have somebody, so every time somebody moves in the front space and they have to leave, 2 other cars gotta back out so the one in the front can leave out? That's ridiculous. Then other 2 people gotta move in. I mean, who lives like that? Nobody. And in Mango Street, it's already a dense street. We just lost 5 parking spots already. So
How so?
they just put no parking in front of the garage, my parking area, another garage, and a city cutaway, and another area that's not a cutaway for some profound reason. I guess they didn't measure it properly. But I've never complained about it. I know the guy next to me never complained about it or anything complained about it, because everybody used that accordingly to park, because our community.
Who put the no parking signs up?
The city. But we don't know who requested it. That took away those 5 extra, because people would park there, we wouldn't have a problem with it. I wouldn't, because the other people are not there for the most part. But now he's gonna add 3 more cars then when he back out, it's going to stop traffic. The flow of traffic is gonna have to stop for 2 cars to back out, for them to come back in and pull back in and all this kind of stuff. It's just not right, And it's just, they don't maintain the garage anyway. They don't maintain the lot that they have. It's cracks on the garage. It looks like it's getting ready to fall. I have pictures of that. It's weeds up in the front. They won't even, board it up. I was sitting out there the other day, rats coming out their garage. They're not taking care of that, what they have already. And for them to give a variance is just not right. We don't need, the view of that back in Mango Street is historic, okay? Period. We don't need to add any more height variance to change the landscape of it, or the city view of that area back there. And to have more people, it's a 4-bedroom or 3-bedroom house, that's a lot of people already. And then to add more, that's not fair to people that's already living there.
Mr. Moore,
Yeah.
this is a photo that's contained in the application.
Yes.
Can you tell us where you live in relation to?
I live on the right-hand side.
Over here?
Yes, on the right there. This is, I'm sorry, I didn't get all the other pictures from, this is the top of the garage.
well, electrical wires are. This is the electric going to this young lady's house. Yeah, right there. That's how they maintain it, all the cracks and everything. They don't even come and do nothing about it as it is now. I mean, they might rebuild it, but they're not taking care of it properly now. And for her to add more, add 5 or 6 people. Just remember, add 5 or 6 more people living there in there, and then they want to use it as Airbnb. If that's the case, well, if you want to have people living there, they're going to be paying rent.
Yeah, we've got to have one person at a time speaking into the microphone in an orderly way.
Just the density is just not there for the effect on Mango Street, because Mango Street is already crowded. It's a very, very narrow street. And for them not even to come to either side of us and say, hey, we're going to do this, or we're going to do this. You know, what about, we have concerns too. If you take away our electric for 2 or 3 months, or have BG&E move the pole so you can actually physically work within 10 feet of a high voltage wire, which you can't by law, you have to move the wire away. And what about, electric and cable? And for what they want, it just doesn't make any sense. And we got all the signatures and we oppose it as a community.
Let's get these other guys up here. Let's get these other guys up here. Please, all right. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Michelle Ned. I am their neighbor in 778 West Hamburg. I literally bought my house 6 months before the pandemic, so I just want to kind of set that out there. I specifically bought my house because of the location and the quietness of the neighborhood. My chief concern, also I bought the house because I'm a federal government worker. I 100% telework from the house. I even did that before the pandemic. It was a perfect location for me to work from home and to utilize the inheritance money left to me by my father. This structure, I cannot agree with it whatsoever, especially given that I am very aware and very much in contact with the seller of the home. The seller of the home put into the sales contract that he was to repair that garage. I have not heard, I speak with him, but I have not seen him back to repair that garage, nor have I even heard of them speaking to him about repairing that garage. When they moved into the home, I was told it would be a few roommates. Unfortunately, because of the traffic on Hamburg Street and the damage that has happened to my car in the last 2 days because of the traffic on Hamburg Street, that is just, I'm looking in my Ring camera, and what I'm seeing is a lot of people coming in and out of 780. So while Mr. Ankari may say that this is low-income housing, I for sure know that this is not low-income housing. Yes, he does represent the owner because he is the fiance of the owner's daughter who lives in the home. These are college students. Like Mr. Moore said, they do not take care of the property. They do not pick up their weeds. They have trash stacked out front. They're parking all types of crazy, and I'm almost certain that it's quite possible that one of their guests damaged my 2021 Dodge Charger. So that is that, but then also I make my livelihood out of my home. I telework 100%. I have not been in a federal government office since February 2020. If they are to build this structure behind the home, it will obstruct my view from a very nice mural that is on the back of a building on Mango Street, but also it will cut the power and the internet to my home, for which I need for my livelihood. I cannot even go, a day is pushing it, but I cannot go without power or internet to my home whatsoever. Like Mr. Moore has stated, they have not come to speak to anybody in the neighborhood. They actually, the fiance of Mr. Ankari is the only one who speaks to me. I've had multiple guests I've seen multiple guests come in and out of their homes. They do not speak. These are college students. I don't anticipate them living in this 4-bedroom, 4-bath home for the rest of their lives, which means they will be leaving at some point, and it will turn into some type of rental property where we won't have individuals who are invested in the appearance of the community and the upkeep of the community, as well as the traffic and the parking that's within the community. On the side of the street where this house is located, it is permitted parking only. On the other side of the street, there is a church with very little lighting. And when we have games, because the Ravens are popping and the Orioles are back popping too, there is no such thing as parking doesn't exist. And I believe that if I have bought my home like Mr. Moore and others on that block, we are fully invested in the community, then we should have full access to the parking, but also we should not have to deal with uninvited guests, disturbances and things like that. I understand that people may be breaking into the back of their garage, but there have been more than enough ways for them to fix that problem, including going back to the seller of the property to fix that garage as he is contractually obligated to do so. I understand that they don't have to act on that contractual obligation, but there's other ways for them to safeguard their property. Also, Mangold Street, very narrow, very, very narrow. I mean, I feel like the street was probably built when we didn't have cars. There's no way that they can fit 3 cars in that spot. And if they were to tear down the garage, there's no way you could fit 3 cars, or even 2 cars next to each other. You might fit 3 cars going back to back to back, but like Mr. Moore said, you will have to back out on that narrow street, possibly damaging more cars, or damaging other people's cars. So, no, I do not want this structure. It will obstruct my view. It will have an adverse impact on my livelihood. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
So you mentioned a contractual obligation. I didn't quite get that.
So I've actually been inside that home. So I knew the owner. I knew the original owner when I bought the home, and then she sold it to some investors. I became very friendly with the investors, and so I've been inside of that home from top to bottom. I've seen it. I've seen everything. For him to say that there's a parking pad behind the garage, there's nowhere near enough space for a parking pad. The seller of that home, he explained to me that when he entered into the contract to sell the home to the owners, that he'd also put a caveat, there was also a caveat in there that he was to repair that garage. And the closing actually was extended, I believe, an additional month for some other type issues, but he always told me that he was contractually obligated to repair that garage for them. So that's where that came from.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Gentlemen, tell us about a couple things, but we've seen a photo with, looks like wires that are in very close proximity to the top of the garage. What is the plan for construction? I mean, well, one, what do you understand is your ability to actually do this construction?
Can I have something first?
Okay, sure.
Yes. You said you're an architect?
Not a licensed one yet.
I was going to ask, yeah, but you're not a licensed architect.
Correct.
All right.
My boss is, though.
Okay. So, again, tell us about how you can manage this construction without disruption to the things that we heard about.
The current plan, as it's stated, is the lot itself is 16 feet wide.
What's 16 feet wide? The lot?
The lot itself is 16 feet wide.
Okay.
How much?
Then what?
Okay, from what I can read that has been sent to me. 16 feet wide. The new annexation would be 25 feet deep. So if the new addition to the property in the new variance proposal would be of 16 feet wide by 25 feet deep.
Well,
Okay.
what's that got to do with the wires?
I don't know, but have you seen has he seen the photos that you just showed to us?
I don't think they come back to the back room. I think they just gonna come outside.
Can
I don't know.
you see that photo?
I don't know why you gotta act like that. I've never been mean or nothing to y'all.
Let's not, don't speak to each other right now.
Can I add one thing real quick though? In regards to the seller who said he was going to tear it down for us, we're actually in a lawsuit with him right now because he's refusing to tear it down. So.
Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this photo.
I mean, I just wanted to add, sorry.
You can come here, you can take this, like, there's a photo here that I'm assuming, or at least based on the testimony, is this the top of the garage?
Yes, that's the top of the garage.
And do you know how close you are to these wires? Do you know how close the wires are?
The wires are not on the plan that I have in hand. I
The
apologize.
wires are not on the plans you have?
No, they are not.
How about taking a look at this picture?
I can.
And
That's a
everyone
pretty
who
significant
speaks has to speak into a microphone. Thank you.
Sorry, Becky.
Actually, mine was off, so sorry.
Once again, I am not a licensed architect, nor am I the architect behind this project.
All right.
I'm solely here to represent him.
Okay, and that's what we're asking you to do, and I think that's what your client is asking you to do. And It's
Yes.
not going too well, because that photo is very concerning in terms of you intending to build up.
Agree.
In relation to, you agree? Okay.
Yeah.
This is not happening. Might want to ask him for a postponement if it's a hair.
Postpone.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you were here for the entire hearing, but I think on one of the first, yeah, I should do this. On one of the
We just
first,
turned it off. wasn't
I was.
okay, so one of the questions I asked early on was about we have to make certain statutory findings to justify a variance, and there, that the property is unique, that there's unnecessary hardship, that there's practical difficulty. What I'd like you guys to do is address those to us and tell us why those standards are met.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm a little new on this. Can you clarify? Like, what does that necessarily mean?
This is in the Baltimore City zoning code.
Yeah, I just
And
wanted
when
to.
we are looking at granting a variance, we have to make certain statutory findings. And what I'd like you to do is address those, tell us how your proposal satisfies those findings that we need to make.
The information provided to me, and that is quote unquote what my supervisor told me, is that the allowed addition would be at top 15 feet.
Well, I think your supervisor may need to be here if that's all the information you have.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it was due to some dates that he couldn't attend. I know that being a Jewish holiday, he was not able to attend today.
Okay.
Maybe if it's a case for it to be postponed, I don't know.
What's the name of the architectural firm?
Donny Ancre Architects.
Spelling?
D-O-N-N-I.
He comes in front of us.
I'm sorry. D-O-N-N-Y-A-N-K-R-I.
Could, applicant, could you speak more generally about your motivations for putting this project? Like, why?
Yeah, for sure. The owner, Mr. C, is like her big thing she really wanted to do was to do affordable housing. Like you were saying, we are college students. We don't have a lot of money. Like she's trying to help people out in the area. Especially her big thing she stated was everything that's going on with COVID. Eviction moratoriums are ending. She wants to try to provide things. Obviously, another source of income is good for her too. But that's what her goal was.
So she has a wish list, and there's certain things she wants to do, and she'll make money doing that as well. But since you're here representing the owner, what is unique about this property?
Unique in
It's
what
not
way?
generally applicable to other properties within the same zone. One of the things we have to find is uniqueness of this property in order to grant you a variance. Because a variance is not something you just give out.
Right.
You know, like an ice cream cone for good behavior. You have to demonstrate, the need for it. And so you gotta demonstrate to this board that certain things exist, and you meet those tests.
Okay.
One of them is uniqueness, another is, an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty, distinguished from inconvenience. Is there something about the particular physical surroundings, the shape, the topographical condition of this house that would make it an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty to apply the code to it to do what it is you want? So you want to do certain things like build up and get a height variance. So based on what you just said, the owner, would like to sort of advance her agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Give affordable housing to students. Sounds more like it's a business proposition because more students you have paying you, that's what it is. But there's got to be some findings that we have to make based on evidence you're presenting.
Okay.
I'm not hearing it. One, because I think you're unaware of what it is we need to know.
Yes.
Is that what was placed in front of him, Mr. French? And so I'll give you an opportunity to look at that if you think it's going to be of any help.
Mhm.
You've heard, if you've been here, we've provided some folks an opportunity to postpone, to come back to give us more information on the information that we need so that their application doesn't go left.
Yeah.
We can offer you that opportunity. Because I know
Yeah, I would take that opportunity, honestly, if I'm being honest with you.
it's very difficult to
Yeah.
be texting with your boss back and forth because you can't get the full context of what it is
Right.
we're asking.
I'm gonna say something.
Hold on.
Okay, go
Let me, so is that something you
I would say
would like to
yes.
have? Recognizing also that is it inconveniences the folks who are here to respond. But go ahead, sir, Mr. Moore.
Well, my view, and my personal view is, and I can say this, right? The way they take care of that garage now, right? There's no way on God's green earth will they be allowed to set foot on my property to build any kind of structure, or use any kind of scaffolding, prepare any kind of bricks, mortar, mix, or anything on my property on this God's green earth.
Mr. Moore, I
You
hear
understand
you,
what I'm saying?
but it really is not relevant to our
I know,
decision-making here.
but I know it's not, but I'm just letting them know they can postpone it, they can do what they want to do, but it's not gonna happen. And we have, like we say, we gotta get more neighbors for a larger petition. We don't want it, period. There's no reason, there's no uniqueness to their building.
Okay.
You know, that's what I'm saying.
They get the last word.
You can get the last word.
I would just want to say, frankly, us doing this is trying to take care of it. We've been stuck in this contract with Ron for a long
You don't need
time.
to go back and forth, just
Okay.
speak to us, and the issue
Then,
is.
in that, we would like to have the extension.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we do. And so you've been here for a while as well, and we have given folks the opportunity when, frankly, it looks, it's not just because, you know, you're winning the fight or you're losing the fight or the battle or the contest, but there's some basic information that we need to have. If you can get it, it's more fair for the process that you have the opportunity to get it. I think Mr. Ankry has been around long enough that he knows this, so I'm a little confused as to how this presentation got to where it is, but be that as it may, we'll give you an opportunity for a postponement. Contact the BMZA office when you are ready to come back if you want to pursue this application. You now know a number of issues that you and climb that you have to make, but this is where we are. If you'd like the postponement, we'll grant it to you, and you can come back and talk to us another time
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
with the information. All right?
Okay.
Postpone it. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
We are off the record, thank you.